Okay, good evening. We'll call the school board meeting to order at this time. I want to welcome you all here. I would ask if you would please silence any electronic devices that you brought with yourself this evening so that we can avoid any disruptions during our meeting. At this time, I would also ask that you would stand. We're going to have our invocation, which will be led by Pastor Daniel Rivera, who is the pastor at Jerusalem House of Prayer Church in Kissimmee. Our Pledge of Allegiance will be by the Osceola High School Junior ROTC. Our national anthem will be sung by singers from Parton Settlement Elementary on the direction of Laura Lee Anderson. And our mission statement will be read by Rhonda Blake, Director of Planning Services, Translation Services by Dahlia Medina. Pastor, I welcome you this evening if you'll lead us in our invocation.
Sure. Let us pray, please. Blessed are you, O Lord, our God, King of the universe, who gives life and gives it in abundance. Heavenly Father, we thank you that we will come today. Help us, O Lord, and give us wisdom. For it is written in your word that if we trust you with all our hearts and do not lean on our own understanding, that you will make our path straight, and that there is wisdom when there's in the multitude of counselors. I ask for that wisdom, O Lord, that you will help our board members and all the officials and all those, O Lord, within the school system. Help us, O God, as a community, that we may make this community as a shining example to all. Thank you for this time. You bless the members, bless all here. For this we ask in your Son's name. Amen.
Amen. Thank you, Pastor.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. If you'll remain standing for our national anthem.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare that once bursting in air gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Great job, ladies. You may be seated at this time. And before we get to the reading of our mission statement, Mr. Booth, can you hit those high notes as well?
Just like Mariah.
Where's the singers to do that?
Yeah, we'd all be blessed by that, Mr. Thacker.
Let's do it one time when we're not here.
We'll do it for a workshop, maybe. Rhonda?
Education which inspires all to their highest potential.
Thank you. And Dahlia?
My name is Dalia Medina. I'm here to provide translation services. Mi nombre es Dalia Medina. Estoy aquí para proveer servicio de traducción. Gracias.
Thank you, ma'am. Board, at this time, I will come to you for positive comments. Mr. Wheeler, I'll start with you, if I may.
I got several, so I will get started. First, I want to congratulate and recognize New Dimensions Charter High School, Osceola County School for the Arts, Harmony High School, and Professional Technical High School, which is better known as PATS, TICO, for maintaining their A high school letter grades. That's no small feat. It's greatly appreciated. I just want to recognize that. I also want to recognize the Osceola High School boys wrestling team for their championship season. Congratulations to OHS and to Coach Bird. And then two others I want to recognize. One is Celebration High School. One is affectionately known as TW. His name is Travis Welch. He's the athletic trainer there. I get more emails and calls from parents that he went the extra mile. You know, the kid get hurt. He still went to the hospital for him. TW does a great job there. And then a volunteer there, Julie Van Dyke, who her daughter was in color guard for 4 years, and she graduated. She's in college now, and Julie is still volunteering to coach the color guard, even though she doesn't have any skinny kids in it, just because she loves the kids and loves the school there. So I just want to recognize all those tonight. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Soto?
Well, Happy New Year's. We haven't met since last year, but that was not that long ago. And I too would like to congratulate Discovery for their being selected as one of the partners with NASA. That is very exciting news. As you know, this district wants to further strengthen its enrollment and its role in providing STEM education to our students. On the SGA, the Student Government Association of the Osceola County School District, they just had their first meeting of the year last week with Mr. Maxwell Frost presiding there. And I think it's going to be a great year. Great group of students. Ms. Sloan, that's correct, is leading that. And I tell you, that's great group of kids, very enthusiastic. And finally, well, we're all looking forward to a good year, 2015. We have our challenges ahead of us. We're going to be beginning this with some work with the legislative session. We're going to be talking about some of the funding for growth. And so there's a lot of things to look forward to in a very busy night tonight. And with that, I'll pass it on to you, Tim.
Thank you. Mr. Thacker?
I too just want to add my kudos to Discovery for their STEM project and their selection to work with NASA. I think that is it's really cool. I'm a little jealous. I wish I wouldn't qualify to do it, but I can't imagine what a neat opportunity that's going to be able to work with that. In addition to reiterate what Jay said, on the Osceola Wrestling Group, Coach Bird, and they do an amazing job every year. Every year they're unbelievable. The guys are unbelievable, and Coach Bird, just an example of the other thousands of dedicated employees that work for this district, teachers, administrators that go. The amount of time he puts in, the amount of money he helps raise for the kids in their wrestling program is incredible, and it's a great tribute to what he does, and all those kids benefit from Coach Bird's time and effort and care and love of what they do. So, just Tom, thank you for hanging in there for the last month or so while Mel has been out. Appreciate your leadership and the rest of the team's leadership while Mel was recovering. So, thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Booth.
Yeah, I'd like to start out by just apologizing that I'm not in my suit and tie today. Had a minor family emergency, was not able to go home. My wife wanted me to make sure I thank the Holy Paul Fire Department, the staff at Harmony Community School and Nemours Hospital. I won't elaborate, but they put Humpty Dumpty, my daughter, back together after she fell off the slide, so thank them. And while we're on Harmony Community School, I wanted to, just because she's my daughter's fourth grade teacher, I just wanted to congratulate Miss Esther Ruth Gilbert for being selected as one of the top 10 finalists. She comes from a long line of Osceola educators, and she's a fabulous teacher, and proud to have her as my daughter's teacher. Staying in Harmony, and I think I saw him here, Mr. Butler. Since it's my district, I'm just going to call you out, Jay. Jay mentioned all of you, and I appreciate that, Jay. But I just wanted to call out Harmony High School and say congratulations for continuing to have that A. Ms. Carr, I saw her in here. I want to thank you again for having me at the Passport to Programs tour. I appreciate it. Any of you folks in here that want to learn what our foundation is doing, go to their website, is that right? And anybody can go, right? Anybody can go. They do it several times a year, once a month, something like. Once a month. It's fantastic. They're doing a lot of great things over there. So thanks again for having me. Last, I'll say, earlier in January, I got the opportunity as part of the Florida Cattlemen's Research Advisory Committee to go and do the research facilities tour and some advisory things in Gainesville. They're doing a lot of great things up there, research, but I just wanted to say, I bring this up later, we had a long conversation about bringing some ag programs and utilizing University of Florida, and I know my folks over at Eastside are looking forward to that, so kudos to them, the IFAS and the University of Florida, and all the great research they're doing, so that's it.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Booth. Mr. Phelps?
Yes, thank you. A couple weeks ago, I had the privilege of attending the ballet Sleeping Beauty at the Point Santa Academy of Fine Arts. What an absolutely awesome performance. About 100 students performing various routines, and I got to tell you, they're very, very talented students. I guess what impressed me the most was, for those of you, I'm sure you've all seen a ballet at some point, but the ladies run and they jump and the guys catch them. Fifth grade boys were catching the girls and holding them straight up and performing their moves. It was very impressive. So I was very, very pleased to be able to attend, and kudos to Point State Academy of Fine Arts for an outstanding performance. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Wheeler?
I'm sorry, I missed one, and I'm going to get you on the spot. Dr. Akes, I want to recognize you for what you did, what you worked out with the University of Florida for that dual enrollment program. Can you please elaborate a bit more on that while we're here? And I should have called you. I apologize, but it's good news, so it's okay. So can you share some of that, please?
Myself and Stacey McMillan are working out the final details on the University of Florida dual enrollment agreement. We should have it to y'all by, if not the February 3rd, the second meeting in February. They've been very amenable to the changes that we requested, been able to work out the cost per course, so I think that there'll be no problem having that in place by the end of February. So I'm excited about that and the opportunities it'll bring for our students.
And the fact that you were able to turn it around so quickly, and I just want to point out, board, if you, in your travels, meet other board members, find other programs in other places, I mean, this ain't a dress rehearsal, bring it right away and, put our foot on the pedal and get it done. And then I appreciate how quickly you were getting this done so we have it in place for next year, so thank you.
When you say be in place next year, like this coming August, this school year coming?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Both the University of Florida and the University of Central Florida will have those signed and in place this second semester, but it'll effectively take a place for students to be able to access it in the fall of this next school year.
And keep in mind that the only other school district I know of in the state that has this, unless they've expanded it as of about a month ago, is Broward County.
Tim, let me make just one more comment.
Good job.
If I remember correctly, this is something that Mr. Wheeler brought up to the board last month, correct? And you've already been in contact, and we're going to have something set up by February, and we're going to start in August.
Yes, sir.
That's just remarkable.
Well, my work, but
that
also
fast,
Ms.
for
McMillan's
something to
work.
happen, something that good to happen so fast in a bureaucracy, it's just amazing. I'm impressed. Well done.
Well, it's taken us longer for the University of Central Florida, so I'll do the dance of joy after tonight on that one.
I noticed I asked about UF.
No, that's awesome. I mean, I tell you, Tim.
Really proud of a Seminole to be able to get that done that fast.
I didn't share that information.
Tom held his nose as we were doing it.
And we digress. That's exactly right. You good?
Yeah, great.
Okay, good. A couple for me. Mr. Booth, not to be outdone, I want to recognize Mr. Studley and Mr. Hodges from my area town, but honestly, it's great to see all of you guys here, and thank you for your continued work and effort for all the high schools in our district, and that goes to all of our principals. Also, Kathy, I appreciate the Got College shirt that ended up in our mailbox. Mine wasn't that child small that I requested, but nonetheless, it worked out just fine, so I appreciate that. My honest one, though, is I think all the board members received this in your mailboxes, but we got this calendar from Hickory Tree Elementary, and I just wanted to pointed out. Incredible artwork from the 5th grade students there. It's a real treat as a board member to get these things and to see some of the things that sometimes we don't get to see day to day, and some of the artwork and some of the great work that's taking place in our schools. So these are just always great. I was really impressed with them. I mean, there's really good stuff in here, and it's a good calendar, and they obviously sought an opportunity for sponsorships to help pay for it. So I just want to express my thanks for this, and also my kudos to the teacher and the students that worked to put this together. So, Board, I'll echo the sentiments of Mr. Soto that we're looking forward to 2015. I know we've got a good board in place that's really purposeful about getting work done. And then I'd also ask that everybody continue to keep our superintendent in your thoughts and prayers. She is on the mend. She's been missed, but appreciated. We know this is an important time for her, and we're really glad that her team and Mr. Phelps has stood behind her and helped fill in the gaps in her absence. So with that said, we will move on. At this time, we will take a brief recess from our regular meeting. We will convene under a public hearing, and Rhonda, I'll turn for you for that portion.
Good evening and thank you. On behalf of the District-wide Redistricting Committee, I will present a high school redistricting proposal to you for consideration that attempts to balance the school population of 2 high schools serving the Kissimmee and St. Cloud areas. Representatives, parents, and staffs of 3 existing high schools, along with district staff, were involved in the preparation of the information being presented this evening. The purpose of the public hearing this evening is to request the school board to approve and adopt the proposed attendance zone boundaries effective the 2016-17 school year for Harmony High and St. Cloud High Schools. Before we begin with the student data and detailed recommendations, I would like to share some general information for you and the public regarding the guidelines for redistricting and establishing the redistricting committee. Each school that participated in the district-wide redistricting process had a 5-member committee. 1 had to be the principal or the assistant principal, and of the remaining 4, only 1 additional one could be an employee by the school district, which includes substitute status. Are any of our committee members here this evening from the school level? You'd stand just real quickly. We just want to take a moment to appreciate the time that each of you gave, and more importantly, your interest and desire to serve on behalf of all of the students as well as your children in the process this evening. Thank you. From the district level, we had Assistant Superintendent for Middle Curriculum and Instruction, Mike Allen, Assistant Superintendent for High Curriculum and Instruction, Dr. Michael Akes. Nydia Torres served on behalf of Todd Cease for Finance. Clyde Wells was Chief Facilities Officer for Facilities. Deputy Superintendent Tom Phelps. Glenn Hammer served on behalf of Director of Transportation Karen Strickland. And at times the superintendent adds additional persons to the committee, but this year we did not add any additional members. The purpose of the committee members are they're charged with the responsibility of making a recommendation to the school board that is in the best interest of the people they are presenting. In front of you on your screens, do you have the calendar and everything? Okay, so we're on page 4, which is the calendar. And basically, this is a breakdown of what we've gone through this year. August, October, staff, principals, school advisory committees, we all met to discuss relief plans for Harmony and St. Cloud High. After the first meeting, you'll find later this evening, we also took a look at Gateway High School as well. On November 4th, we came to you with the original request to open up the redistricting process. We did meet in the community on December 4th and December 18th. There was a vote on December 18th, which resulted in the cancellation of the January 8th meeting. The public hearing notice on page 5 advertised on December 14th and December 19th in the Osceola Star and the Orlando Sentinel. And then that brings us here this evening to the public hearing. Osceola County is the 10th fastest growing county in the United States, with Kissimmee being the 13th fastest growing city and St. Cloud being the 8th fastest growing city in the state. Osceola County currently has 125 active residential developments that staff is continually monitoring. Within the 125 active residential developments, there are 94,237 total new units recommended for construction, with 45,338 of the units planned within the next 10 years. When the residential units are multiplied by the approved student generation rate from our impact fee study, we expect to increase our student population by 15,304 over the next 10 years. That roughly translates into 6,758 elementary students, 3,420 middle school students, and 5,126 high school students.
Excuse me, that's 45,000 new units will generate 15,000 students, you're saying?
Over the next 10 years, yes, sir.
15,000
On the
students
new
a year. Okay,
student
15,000
generation rate.
students a year, okay.
Due to the proposed new residential development with the county and 2 municipalities, district staff performs an annual review of all K-12 attendance zone boundaries. After our annual review this year, it was determined that St. Cloud High School would require relief. St. Cloud High School has a permanent capacity of 2,072, and with the addition of 4 relocatables on their site, their total capacity is 2,167. The enrollment of St. Cloud High during the FTE survey week in October was 2,284 students. Since they have exceeded their capacity and have limited site, it has become necessary to relieve the school through the redistricting process. The public hearing this evening is to discuss the recommendation of the district-wide redistricting committee to relieve St. Cloud High School by reviewing the proposed attendance zone boundaries for St. Cloud High and Harmony High School. Tonight, we're going to mostly look at the student data that looks like this in your packet, and then we're going to compare it against the maps in the packet. So on page 6, what you see are the 8 communities that are being proposed from Group 1 to be redistricted to Harmony High School. So at the top of the data sheet, you'll see that there are currently 278 students who reside in the 8 communities that actually attend St. Cloud High. There's probably another 75 students that reside in these areas, but they go to other area high schools, whether it's Paz or Oxa or Zenith, New Beginnings, but they're somewhere else within our county. The next block on the data sheet shows that for FTE week, the total enrollment at Harmony High School was 1,886, and they had a capacity of 1,988, putting their school at 95%. St. Cloud High School had a total enrollment of 2,284. They have a capacity of 2,167, showing that they're at 105% utilization. One thing we need to keep in mind is that Harmony is opening their new wing this year, and in the next 3 blocks, we take that into consideration, showing where the available capacity came to redistrict the students. So basically, if you take these 8 communities and you move them into Harmony High School, it shows that Harmony High School will be at 99% for 15-16. They'll go down to 97% for 16-17, and then they'll come back up to 100% at 3 years out. When we look at the same move for St. Cloud High, they'll remain at 100% for 15-16. They go to 97% for 16-17, and then they'll come down a little more to 93% for 17-18. This plan requires both schools to keep 4 relocatables on their site, and it does allow for the current juniors and seniors to stay behind. So we allow the rising juniors and seniors to stay back and finish their careers. When we started the plan, the intent was to make the move this August, but the request of the redistricting committee was to not make the plan effective until the 16-17 school year. So what that does is any current freshman that is there today, by the time we make the move, they become a rising junior and senior. So this plan allows all current 9th through 12th grade students attending to finish their career at St. Cloud High School. So at this time, I'm going to turn the meeting back over to Chairman Weishire so he can open up for public comment.
Thank you, Rhonda. As always, we appreciate your work on this and all the efforts that you undertake on our behalf. There are a number of individuals that did sign up to speak under public comment. If there's anyone else here that I don't have a slip from and you would like to speak, please let me know so that everyone understands the process and the protocol. You would come up, you'd come to this lectern, you would state your name and address for the record. You notice there's lights in front of you. I'll turn those on. That indicates 3 minutes. When it gets down to yellow, it means you have just under a minute left. When it gets to red, I would ask you that you please wrap up your comments. I know that I have a slip here from Mr. Gentry. You want to speak on this item, if you would, please, sir, to the lectern, and I want to welcome you here this evening. And And then if you would, please state your name and address for the record.
Thank you very much. My name is Eric Gentry. I live at 3004 Sandstone Circle in St. Cloud, Florida.
Thank you, sir.
Just want to clarify one thing, that with the redistricting committee, one of the things that we voted on and discussed was that we would reevaluate it next year at doing the redistricting. And the reason for that is if you look at those numbers that you have in front of you, the year of 2017 to 2018, the school's, Harmony High School will be at its capacity and St. Cloud will be down to 93%. That's the reason why we believe that you should push off 1 year of doing the redistricting affecting the children. In a couple of years, we're just going to be back here doing the same thing. I went and did my homework and looked at where the growth is and what's going on. More specifically, north of 192 in the Narcoossee, Boggy Creek area, there are 1,800 homes planned just in that district. That's in 14 neighborhoods. It's time to build a new high school. We got to find a way to build a new high school. We got to find some money somewhere. There are different avenues. That maybe the best way to go is bonds. I would vote for a 0.5-cent sales tax if that's what we had to do to make it to where we have schools for these kids to go to. It definitely affects my household, but I understand I'm in public safety and I understand the safety concerns. St. Cloud's in a critical situation. I certainly understand that and certainly can sympathize. It's something that has to be addressed. But a few years ago, Dr. Greco had planned the 2014, 2015 year, somewhere in that range, to build a new high school. He was very smart because obviously we need one. And it's pretty clear. So we need to find some money. So I implore you as a resident here and that has 2 children in this school system that you need to find some money somewhere and build a new high school. That needs to be your number one plan from here on out. The second thing that's important is that when you redistrict these kids, and it affects my child, of course, but when you redistrict these kids, you're telling them as a brand new driver that he's going to add 20 miles round trip on roads that aren't the safest. You have a 2-lane highway that's curvy, has no lights to it, and then you've got 192 that's already killed multiple people. I'd really rather not add that to my child. I don't want to add that to a brand new driver that doesn't have the experience that we have. So those are some things that you definitely need to consider. And as the planning committee, all we wanted you to do was push off the redistricting until next year and reevaluate it and see where the numbers are. That's going to entail putting some portables. Yeah, you're going to have to spend some money, unfortunately, but we got to do what's the safest and the best for our children.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Appreciate you coming out.
Thank you, Mr. Gentry.
And also Mr. Underly as well. Bill, welcome, sir. Good evening to you. And if you would, please state your name and address for the record. We welcome you here this evening.
Thank you. My name is Bill Underlay, 5807 Guinevere Court, St. Cloud, Florida. My subdivision is going to be one that's being moved, and I've written to most of you. We can see Friday night lights, and we're going to be moved now 17 miles each way. This is just ridiculous. I cannot believe that this is going to happen, and the board has done this. We have a school built in the middle of nowhere for only one benefit, and that was for the developer. Now, because the developer could not sell his homes, we in St. Cloud have to split our community and send our community 17 miles away to a community that's like sending us over here to Kissimmee. It's just not right. We bought in St. Cloud and we want to stay in St. Cloud. But I want to move on past that. Mr. Gentry, I had his son when he was going through school. He talked about a new school. All we heard through the 2 meetings that we're allowed to have, no money, no money. Mr. Scott's a businessman. He's not going to give us money. Okay, we get that. There's no money. We have the schools, though. If you were a businessman and I came to you and said, I need $70 million to build a facility that I'm going to use for 7 hours a day, half of a year, you'd think I was nuts. And that's what we're doing. When we say we want to spend $70 million on a school that's used only a few hours a day and for half of a year. We have the schools there. We have St. Cloud High. You just rebuilt it. It's beautiful. Why don't we have a vision committee to relook at how to really use our community and our schools better? That school is sitting there for so much of the day not being used. Why don't we offer 2 sessions a day? Mr. Booth, I've talked with you, and we don't have to make it mandatory. Offer. Make an offer. You have a morning session, afternoon session. Work out the sports schedules. We can do it. We have the facility there, and we can schedule 2 full days of school in one facility. And we don't even have to worry about building another facility. We have it. All we have to do is use the vision to look into it. How many kids would love to start school in the afternoon? I think you'd get a lot of people signing up for that. And if their classes are not offered in the afternoon, they can take most of their classes and then let them go and take the visual classes. I can't think of the name right now, but the classes online. There are ways that we can do this. Let's make our schools part of the community too. Open up the schools in the evening, especially the high school, and have adult type things there. Why don't we open up the gymnasium, got basketball, men's basketball, adult basketball. Why don't we have basket weaving, flower classes, bring the community in the school, make these a true center for our community. We can do it. If you have a vision committee to sit down and just throw the book out, throw that box away, come up with a new idea and present it to the board. We can do it.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you for your time this evening. And thank you for your emails as well. I know that we've all received them. Oop, that's me, my bad.
Tim, can I say something real quick?
Yes, sir. Mr. Booth?
I had the opportunity to speak with both Mr. Underly and Mr. Gentry, and I appreciate you guys being involved, and I didn't want you to leave so you'd still be up there, but those of you may just know Mr. Underly tonight as a concerned parent, but he's also one of our top 10 teachers for Osceola County this year, so I want to congratulate him on that.
Thank you. Is it Ms. Hardy? Good evening and welcome to you also, ma'am.
Good evening. Hello, everybody.
And if you would, please state your name and address to the record.
It's Takesha Hardy, 3120 Bittersweet Drive. Good evening. Basically, I want to say that we purchased our home in Orange Branch Bay because of the school in Bella Largo about 6 months ago. And now all of a sudden, you guys are going to rezone us 7 miles away when we're only 1 minute away from Bella Largo. I'm asking that you guys please reconsider this.
Just so you know, tonight we're not dealing with anything that has to do with Bella Largo tonight. But your point is still well received and your concerns are heard. But tonight we'll only be voting on St. Cloud and Harmony High School.
Okay.
Mr. Weiser, I talked to this mom. What I would ask is, Mr. Phelps, can you please give this mom a call tomorrow and talk to her about our concerns with Bella Largo? Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. Okay, was there anyone else that wanted to speak on this particular subject that's here? I would welcome you at this time. This is a public hearing. Okay, hearing and seeing none at this time, we'll bring it back to the school board. Board will come to you. What is your pleasure? Mr. Wheeler.
Couple of things. Mr. Underly, I appreciate you being here too. Mr. Gentry, I appreciate you being here. But, the question I've got, you brought up double sessions. This has come up many years ago because we've had capacity issues before. And the real question with double sessions, and I'll throw this out to the educational leadership team, is from an employee and employer perspective, number one, does that mean a teacher teaches both sessions, or one teacher teaches one and teaches the other? Then if they teach both, how do we pay them? And then if we do that to teachers, then from an employer perspective, I gotta believe we become a less attractive place to work if they can go work in Orange County, Lake County, Polk County, and not have to have this dilemma where I'm working this split shift or this double shift. And which is not to say that I appreciate the out-of-the-box thinking. I'm just using that as one example, and I think that there are other things that can be done. However, I will say this also relative to high schools. The classrooms are not used around the clock, I'll give you that, but the facilities, the fields, the theaters, the gyms, the media center, they are used non-stop, most comprehensive high schools, with between boys sports, girls sports, and then youth sports that you'll use the facility. I mean, those facilities are being used. I don't want you to think that you're going to walk at 6 o'clock into a theater at one of our high schools or into a gym or a sports field and see, unless the weather's really bad or there's work being done on that portion of the facility, it's used. I mean, and sometimes these, there's a fight in the summer about vacating it for a month just to refinish a floor. So I don't want you to think that those facilities are unused, but you're right, classrooms, I've thought maybe we could find a way to utilize those with colleges where they're renting space, et cetera. Valencia doesn't want to move out of where they are. And I appreciate the outside the box thing. Mr. Gentry, I appreciate you coming up. I was here when Dr. Grego was here. We've come to a point for everybody out here where we can pretty much blindfold you, give you a dart, spin you around, put you in front of a map of Osceola County, let you throw it, and we need a school there. I mean, it's that much of a critical mass here in Osceola County. And, we've got this much need, we've got this much money. So there are some frustrations, but we're going to do the best we can to meet the needs of this community. And unfortunately, we don't have the $200 million for capital that we would like to have, the $70 million for a new high school that we would like to have. So we've got to look at solutions other districts may not have to. And redistricting is one of the things we need to look at. And you're right, we're going to, we don't want to redistrict this same kid 3 and 4 times in their high school career. And those parents who are concerned about it really need to talk to us like you did. But there's things that unfortunately we're just boxed into a corner that we have to do relative to the resources that we do and do not have. But I appreciate y'all being here.
Thank you. Mr. Soto?
Yes, I have a question. Have we looked at staggered schedules to alleviate the situation that we're doing with this issue of redistricting with this particular school? Well, what I mean to ask is, okay, so it hasn't been looked. Is it possible that maybe in order to address, because what we're looking at is 278, and I'm looking at the map, and it's geographically centered on these 8 communities that are at the southern end of the zoning area, St. Cloud. And the suggestion put forth, it was kind of obvious. I'm pretty sure, it's like Mr. Weeder said, it's something that's been thought about. But it wasn't really analyzed in order to address this particular issue with St. Cloud High School with these 278, correct?
What we've looked at are 2 things. I'm showing you a 3-year outlook. So if we leave St. Cloud High intact the way it is today, excuse me.
Rhonda, if you would you adjust the microphone?
Sure.
Thank you.
If we look at St. Cloud High School attendance on boundary the way it is today, and we made no changes to it, over the next 3 years, they have just under 500 new units coming into that zone, whether they're single family or multifamily. But then when you get into 5, 6, and 7 years, they go up to 573, 969, 1350. So while on paper it looks like they're coming down, what we tried to do is take where most of the growth is going to come to them, and we've tried to move it out due to their limited site restrictions. What we did look at is we put the high school up north of the lake on the land that we own, and we drew a preliminary attendance on boundary if that school could open tomorrow, and these students still remained at Harmony High School even under that new plan. So we feel that it is a very long term. We don't see them coming back in 3 to 5. We do not even see them returning in 10. So because that's a look we looked at, but we've not looked at trying to double session out our high schools. I have not drawn a plan under that scenario at all.
Excuse me, but that information was never given to us in the redistricting meetings.
Which information?
That information you just gave, the long-range information.
About the high school?
Yes.
That's because we've done it since the meeting. Because we're waiting on the new, every year Christopher goes through the county, he meets with all the active developers, and then based on that information, we were able to take the new Davis Demographics school site software that we use. We can actually plat the new schools where we think they'll go based on land, and we draw based on the information we have today to determine what the impact of any of the new schools would be on any of the current school sites that we have. So we have started moving forward in that direction in the Planning Services Department, that we're able to project further and more accurate and with more data under the recent organization that we have.
You know, in order to deal with the capacity issues here at St. Cloud High, what we've done right now is gone to our tried and true bread and butter formula, which is redistricting, moving it around because we haven't been able to build any schools.
Correct.
You know, and of course, I listened to Mr. Wheeler's, you know, comment and, you know, describing that, you know, you point where, and that's what's going to happen. But for this particular redistricting plan, which is being put forward by the district, it wasn't even considered to go ahead and see whether it is at all possible to have a staggered schedule in order to accommodate and make better use of the facility and not have to. That wasn't done at all.
We didn't look at a single double session, no, sir.
Okay.
We did look at a second plan, which involved Gateway High School. That plan took Gateway High School to roughly 3,000. It required a little more than $1 million in infrastructure for their technology. And after speaking to transportation, Gateway's kind of like a hub for all the shuttle stops.
I don't mean to interrupt you. I want to go back on the issue I'm trying to focus on, which is this. Has that ever been analyzed by the district to resolve any kind of redistricting?
Double sessions?
Yes.
Years ago, we looked at it, yes.
What does that mean years ago? Like
more than 5 years ago, we looked at it.
More than 5 years ago?
And then I've been here almost 30, so probably in my 30 years, we've looked at it 3 times. With 3 different superintendents, we have looked at those options. We've even done year-round schools in the Cypress BVL area, so we have looked at those options. We've just never moved it forward enough to implement it.
Okay. So it's not impossible?
No, it's not impossible to have staff take a look at that option at all.
And it's been 5 years since that. There's been a lot of things that are changed, a lot of difference. I'm pretty sure 5 years ago you had a lot more options than you do right now.
Yes, because we weren't growing at the rate we were growing 5 years ago, correct. And then prior to that, we were at a heavy growing, we were pulling a large amount of impact fees, so we were keeping.
You know, I'm persuaded that this presents us with an opportunity to go ahead and explore that option instead of just going right ahead and just doing what we always do, which is the redistricting. We understand how it works. We've done it. We know we're good at it. But maybe this is the time and the opportunity for us to consider something different. Board, that's where I'm leaning towards, and I don't really have a persuasive argument.
They're leaning towards researching double sessions.
Absolutely. I'm also suggesting that we don't approve this plan until that's done, because a serious look needs to be taken, not just to solve the current capacity of St. Cloud High, but to start developing a model that maybe we're able to work with until we are able to get the funds for more schools. Because right now, the future, the immediate outlook is that we're not going to have funds for schools. That tells me this, that we're going to continue with this moving around and districting based on our capacity needs, which is that's not my criticism. What I'm saying is do we have an opportunity here as a board so that the district can go ahead and really look at this alternative one more time? It's been 5 years. Look at it one more time with the conditions that we have at the present and see if there's something viable. That's what I'm thinking and what I'm leaning for.
Tim, Mr. Underly has his
Yeah,
hand.
I see that. I was actually more going to ask your indulgence. Do you mind if Mr. Underly? Okay, Mr. Underly, if you would, please come back up. You do have to speak from the lectern, though.
Yes, thank you for at least considering that. I'm retired Air Force. I've been all over. And one of the places I was at was Moore, Oklahoma. And at Moore, Oklahoma, we were overcrowded tremendously. We had almost 4,000 kids going to a 2,000 capacity school. They went to double sessions. It worked. And that's all I can say. It worked. There it was mandatory. Freshmen and sophomore at a certain time of day, and juniors and seniors at another time of day. My thoughts were, let's give them the option. That way, They make the choices. If they have something special in the afternoon or in the morning, they can decide. And Mr. Booth, you had mentioned about babysitting their brothers and sisters. This would allow them something like that, if we have it optional. And as far as the staff, they did it in Moore, Oklahoma. I wasn't in on the school board there, but I know that they did it, it worked, and there was no problem.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Soto, does that conclude your?
Yeah, I'm waiting for the board to go ahead.
Okay, I've got lights all over the place.
Yeah.
Okay. Mr. Wheeler?
First off, I got a question, Mr. Underly. Was that school in Moore, was it an Air Force school or a local public school?
It was the only public high school.
Okay. I'll say this, if we did something with year-round schools, double sessions, whatever, number one, I don't know how attractive it would be for an employer for employees. That's number one you got to consider. Number two, there is no way, unless the price of gas goes down to a penny, that we could even consider. I mean, if parents wanted, would agree to it and if on a voluntary basis, and provide the transportation, it may work. There's no way we could afford the extra drivers, the extra bus fuel, the bus. I mean, it just as it is, we're right on the razor's edge right now. So transportation, unless I am mistaken, Mr. Phelps, Mr. Muniz, and Mr. Cease, I don't think we could afford the added expense for the transportation. Now, I may be grossly mistaken, and which would not be a first, but I'd be very surprised if that was the case. So, if we go down this road, we got to think of it from an employer-employee perspective, and then from a transportation perspective also, and from an administration perspective also. I mean, we got a bunch of principals here. Maybe one of them wants to weigh in on it.
Thank you, Mr. Phelps.
Thank you. Of course, anything's possible. And we have definitely discussed double sessions in the past. We really have kind of come around to that not being a viable option for some of the same things that Mr. Wheeler's pointing out. Transportation costs. We would have to feed students. Are you feeding them breakfast and lunch? Are you feeding them as they come in to double sessions? If they are coming in for a certain number of hours each day, we are required to provide them with some type of a meal. So obviously you're going to be increasing staffing involved with school nutrition services. Extracurricular activities is always going to be a hurdle. How do you accommodate for the kids who are in the morning session and the afternoon session? When do you have your extracurricular activities? Tutoring, administrative, staffing. Do you have one office staff? Do you have multiple sets of staff? So there's certainly obstacles that we would have to research, and this would not be something that we would obviously be able to accomplish in a very short period of time. It would be something that would take quite a bit of time for planning and research. We'd want to include our union folks as well, because that would definitely be something that would be a change in work environment, so we want to make sure we include them as well. So it's not as easy as saying, yeah, we want to do it, and we can make that happen quickly. It would definitely be something that would require a significant amount of research and time.
I got a question for you, Mr. Phelps. I got a question for Mr. Phelps. I guess what, looking at it from a different perspective, if we did it, what would it take to make it happen? What would we need? I don't know what we don't do or don't need, but if we did, and maybe that is unrealistic when we find out what we need to make it happen. But what is it?
Well,
we don't know.
I couldn't answer.
No, I realize that.
But obviously, it's going to be.
Do those studies still exist? The paperwork?
They were not done in the department I'm currently in, so I guess we'd have to go back and look for old records retention numbers.
Just to look at the record that says, hey, this is why we don't recommend this, so we have a,
And it's going to depend on the records retention life of that study. If it's a 3-year study,
Yeah.
It's going to be gone. If it happens to be 10 years, it would be available. So we'd have to see what the life expectancy of those research records are.
It was considered unviable, and also unpalatable by a lot of people.
I could see the unpalatability, and I think I discussed that with Mr. Underly.
Mr. Booth, you have the floor now, though, if you want.
Oh, well, I appreciate it. When I first heard this and somebody called and said, hey, we're moving Camelot to Harmony, this is where I live. I live it's about probably 9 miles south of Harmony, but they're my neighbors because I don't really have anybody else. But nonetheless, I mean, I look at it, and each person you talk to that lives in this area, they say, this is ridiculous. Yeah. There has to be a solution. It's crazy. But then you can sit with these staff and you look at these numbers and you begin to understand why this may have to happen. And we came up with a lot of things. We discussed a lot of things with all these folks I did. But all these things we discussed are not immediate solutions to the problem. A lot of these things were solutions that would take years to happen. And I just want to let you all know we are taking those steps. We did have our legislative priority meeting here on January 9th, and that was the number one thing. Get us some capital funding so that we can start to build some student stations, especially when we talk about secondary schools. So we are doing that, and we all understand that, and that is our charge here on this board. But I guess my one last question, Mrs. Blake, is Mr. Gentry said that there was some confusion in tonight. We were talking about reevaluating versus actually adopting the
recommendation made at the meeting that we moved forward is to move Plan 1 forward, which is what we presented tonight, with the understanding it wouldn't take effect in 14-15, it would take 15-16, it would take effect in 16-17. While it was posed by some in the room to reevaluate, it wasn't the final recommendation that I was requested to move forward. So the final recommendation to move forward was, we originally wanted to make the move this August, and we modified it to move everybody forward in 16-17 because that allows all of the current 9th through 12th grade students to finish their career at St. Cloud High. And we're looking at a 3-year window. You know, when I go into a room, I try not to start showing 5, 7, and 10-year, but I can look right now at what's active, not just proposed, actively moving through the county, grounds breaking, etc. And we know at years 4 on out, St. Cloud High, if they do not relieve it some way, they're absolutely not going to be able to accommodate the growth that they have. So we have to do something with them. They just can't, and they're already doing some floating, and we don't want to continue to add additional floaters. So we do believe this is the best recommendation. My request would be to move forward with the recommendation. By chance, if we can evaluate all the data we've been asked to evaluate in a year, then we could always come back and pull the recommendation off. But if you pull the recommendation and deny it tonight, then we have to go back next year, bring back all the committees, re-put the letters back out, and start the process over. So I would request we move forward with the recommendation, and it's easier to pull out letters and say, after a reevaluation, we're not going to move you, versus put all of our work away and bring it back out next year, rehab the meetings, and have to reconvene all the committees.
Mr. Thacker rightly has the floor. If you'll indulge me for one moment, though. My question is, as opposed to what you were saying with either moving forward and or denying it, what about postponing it a little while? I mean, could we take, you know, a few weeks, a month, whatever? I mean, I just want to understand from a procedural standpoint, not just from a legal, because we have to re-advertise and all that, but from a procedural standpoint, and you know, there's just questions that board members are raising that I think that they're looking for answers for, and I don't know if we don't do this now, what are the implications that we need to deal with in the short and the long term with having time to implement all of this?
My immediate thought is if we don't move forward, we start looking at projections, scheduling, and staffing, because we're already into all of those stages for the upcoming year. I believe St. Cloud High is scheduling on the 27th of this month for its incoming freshmen. So if we push any...
There's no change for students, correct?
No, so, not on this plan.
Right, not on this plan.
Right, we're letting them stay back. We are looking at an option of letting the current incoming freshmen that would automatically go to Harmony next year. We are looking at an option of letting them go ahead and start at Harmony, so they don't have the 1 year at St. Cloud High, and then we have to break them away and move them to Harmony. So we are looking at that option. But this plan allows all of the current 9th through 12th grade students to finish their career at St. Cloud High School.
Right. Okay. Would this ruling, would it become, for lack of a better term, stale if we don't enact it tonight? I mean, if you say there's no change for next year, And if we don't vote on it,
Well, the change would
comes
be we
back up
wouldn't
next year, you
let,
wouldn't have to redo your meetings, you just bring back the same recommendation, or?
I guess the change would be, we wouldn't move forward with letting the freshmen go to Harmony for a
But-
possibility that you revoke the plan altogether.
But that's something that could happen easily with just direction from the board, that we could offer anyone a free out-of-zone, free pass to Harmony, or
I think what we were actually looking at possibly doing for our incoming freshmen who wanted to go ahead and start at Harmony was to go ahead and offer a route, a bus route to go ahead and take them to Harmony, so they can have their 4 years at Harmony High School and not have to potentially spend a year at St. Cloud and then go to Harmony, or have to provide their own transportation to get to Harmony.
Okay. Let me, Board, if you will, Mr. Thacker rightly had the opportunity to speak at this point, so I want to recognize him, and then we can have some more discussion as needed. Mr. Thacker.
Part of my questions you already answered on just the delay piece, and I guess my concern is, when we started this conversation 5 minutes ago, I felt like maybe we could delay it. I guess the thing I think about now is you've got a lot of students and parents, particularly in flux, and sometimes a decision being finalized is better on you than one of sitting here. What do I do for the next 3 months while I wait and figure out what's going on? So that just concerns me a little bit. The fact that nobody is moving for another year, I certainly don't want to put you or anybody else starting the whole process again, because I don't think our growth is going to change that much over the next 6-8 months, whatever that would be. And I think just to redo this painful process for students and teachers and residents is probably not that healthy either. What I really pushed the button off for was back to Mr. Soto's comments. And I guess one thing that I really kind of latched onto that I liked about it, and I'm looking at these as two independent transactions, kind of. One is to settle this one. The other one is, are there some things, should we have a task force or something? I know it's old, the palatability of it, I'll be the first one to say I don't think I want to live in a community that's forcing double session. But sometimes when you have that conversation, something else falls out that nobody's thought of. And I'm wondering, as we're looking for more money, we're going to hit the legislature hard for money. Is this showing the legislature that, listen, we're willing to look at every option that we have, and we're trying everything we can do with the resources and the facilities and the assets that we have. Please help. We're trying to help ourselves first, but we need help from you. It's not just we're saying, can you give us money and solve our problems? So, just a thought.
That's a good point, Clarence.
Board, here are my thoughts, and community, and Ms. Blake as well. Redistricting is never a enjoyable process for anybody, and you may recall, and to the parents' point earlier, Ms. Hardy, we went through this down on the Kissimmee side last year, and we had to deal with the Pleasant Hill corridor and Bella Lago and Chestnut and all the schools out that way. It's an ongoing process that the district and districts all across the state and all across the country have to deal with when growth is coming to a community. So I want you to know, from a parent to a parent, from a citizen to a citizen, your concerns aren't lost on me, and I know they're not lost on this board. No one really enjoys this, and as someone who, as an individual, really believes in parent choice and being able to decide what's best for your student, this whole process is just for me, and I've sat in your shoes, because I've sat on the redistricting committees before I was on the school board and gone through this process and analyzing for my own daughter's schools and all that. It's not something that's enjoyable for anybody, and nobody wants to make these type of decisions because they are tough, and we do want to see families get connected to a school and stay in that community. And Mr. Underly, to your point about utilizing the facilities, I couldn't agree with you more. There's a large capital investment that the public has made into these facilities. We want to make sure that they're utilized to the highest extent possible to get the greatest amount of use out of them. And that they do become a center of a community and everything focuses there. So I agree with you all the way on that point. When it comes to this particular item, and it comes to double session and year-round school and all the other things that become part of the option, I think Mr. Thacker's point is really head on, is that they really do become two different matters. We have to look at the immediate situation that's before us with regard to growth, and the numbers aren't going to change. Growth is coming. I would tell you that this growth is a real blessing to our community. It's a good thing, and we have community leaders and developers, and Brock I know is here as well, that are coming in this community saying we want to invest in this community and continue to make it a more vibrant community. That's why we all came here, or those of us that grew up here may feel like we may not like the growth, but at the same time we also know what the growth not being here did to our local economy at the same time. So there's a balance that we have to strike as a school board as we deliberate these type of things, and figuring out when we have a highly populated, a dense area such as the St. Cloud area, and I'm looking at the map, and you have a school like Harmony, or even the property that we have up on Bayou Creek Road, or take Poinciana High School or Liberty for that matter as well, and they're built in these outlying areas. Sometimes that has to do with the fact that we can't afford property, there's not a large enough piece of property in these dense areas for us to do construction. The other piece of that is sometimes there's just not enough money. It's extremely expensive, and we can't afford to buy property right in the middle of a downtown area. There's also restrictions, and this board talked about that with regard to how much property required to acquire for any type of facility and construction that takes place. So there's a lot of variables that come into these decisions, and I just want you to know that I don't take it lightly. If it were up to me, we would never move a student. We'd say this is your school, this is where you are, and this is where you're going to stay. That's my honest opinion. Board, where I'm at on this is if delaying the decision is possible because we think that there's a true viable option, we're going to have to deal with this, and we can't kick the can down the road very far. Leaving families in limbo and not knowing what's going to happen with their students is a major disservice to the students and the families that we serve and represent. The only reason why I would make a decision not to deal with this tonight would be as if we had a viable option that we can consider in a very short period of time to consider how to find a different solution. And I'll be honest, I don't know that that exists. I think in a lot of ways we knew this was coming. We knew that growth was coming. It's been pent up for a while. None of this caught any of us by surprise. We knew that growth was coming to come back once the economy came back. It's here. I would have some concerns if we didn't vote on this tonight without having some way of creating a solution. In the short run. The last point I would make is the accommodations and the situation that's been brought about here with no current St. Cloud student having to move. That is a really good solution. It was a really good compromise. I think it's the right decision, so you know, and that is not necessarily always the case. We don't necessarily always have the flexibility to do that. So I think that's a real win for the St. Cloud community. I think it's a real win for the families that are in St. Cloud, and I think it provides that opportunity for students to begin and end their career at that particular school. And I don't want that to be lost, because that is a real benefit that sometimes isn't necessarily afforded based on the numbers and the circumstance we find ourselves in. So, Board, as I've sat and listened, those are some of my thoughts. Mr. Wheeler, I know that you want to speak again, so I'll recognize you at this time.
I'll be brief. First off, Board, I just want to illustrate, relative to the last conversation we had with our lobbyists, this is a great example of why if we could get out from under SREF, we could build that $70 million school for about $45 million. Okay, which is not to say we got 45, it is a lot less than 70. I want to point that out. Number two, keep this in mind. And Mr. Weiser, you touched on it, you almost got all the way there, but redistricting, it's never fun. It can be very unpleasant. But consider us compared to other surrounding counties. When they do this in Orange County or Seminole County, it's front page news on the Sentinel, it's on Channel 9-6. I mean, we've had 2 people get up to speak versus a room full of people, which is not to discount what you said at all. I appreciate both of you being here very, very much. But I want to point that out. The room's not packed with people who are irate. So keep that in mind as we go down this path. Excuse me, I've got a couple, I'd like to, if they care to weigh in, Mr. Fancher, Mr. Butler, I don't, you're here, you live with this. I don't know if you've got any comments. I can't speak for the rest of the board. I'd like to hear what you've got to say. And when they get done, Ricky, you were elected to, I mean, we all represent the county, but I want to hear what you got to say, because you got to live with this, and you live out there. So I'd like to hear, see if, Mr. Chairman, if you indulge me, if the principal's got anything to say. Don't be shy. I know you guys aren't shy, so please.
Thank you, Mr. Wheeler. First of all, I have to thank Mr. Underly. My son loves Brussels sprouts now because he had Mr. Underly in 3rd grade. And I understand the concern, first of all, about a double session, but if we're talking a couple hundred students over, I mean, a double session would make sense if St. Cloud is built for 2,000 and we have 4,000 or 5,000 students. You know, not discounting that, I just don't think that a double session really, I mean, you can look for it, and I appreciate Mr. Thacker's point that, you know, we need to explore every opportunity to show them that we're, any endeavor we're going to try for it. That said, you know, St. Cloud, for the next couple of years, can we survive with what we've got? We absolutely can. But to Mr. Thacker's point again, it's like having a Band-Aid on. You know, at a certain point, you have to rip that Band-Aid off, and it may sting for a minute, but you got to pull it off. Now, to Mr. Wheeler's point, you know, you point to any place on a map, and there's going to have to be a school there. The bottom line is that school boundaries, the way they are right now, are going to change. There are going to be people that when they went to school in St. Cloud in 1988, the boundary is going to be different. So, I mean, we're looking at two things. In the short term, can we survive with what we've got now for a couple of years? We absolutely can. But within the next few years, the boundaries are going to change. At every school, basically, with the amount of growth, we are in the country, we are the 10th fastest. And you can see, you drive around here, you can see the amount of growth. It is exponential. So in the old days, you know, St. Cloud's boundary was this big, and that's, you know, and that's the way it was, and I liked it. I mean, that's the way people think, you know. However, times are changing, and now the zone will have to be this big. When you have a neighborhood that had a house, well, now there are 700 houses in there. Well, and to the parents here, I understand their plight, but depending on where that zone is, we're going to have to make that decision sometime. So I didn't give you an answer, but thank you for indulging me.
Thank you. Mr. Butler.
First of all, we understand how difficult this is, and we've tossed it around. But the one thing that we see with this plan is it's the best option. No one wants to move, but giving these students the opportunity to finish their high school career at the same school they started is very powerful. And when you look at the situation of where we are now, it could be worse. We would welcome these students with open arms. We already have strong ties to that portion of the county and that community. Many of our staff live in that area, and our students order that area. So we think it's the best plan.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Thacker?
Actually, I was...
Yeah, let me look. Yeah, Jay, you know, I attended the meeting on the 18th, and I had some long phone conversations with some folks here, and I happen to agree with Tim and Clarence, and there does need to be some sort of resolution so we can all move forward. You know, we allowed, there was some heated comments, but you know, this was our community in action. We got together. Nate was there, Mr. Butler was there, sorry, Mr. Fancher, sorry, I should call you Nate. They were all there, and these folks came together, and they agreed on this plan. And I think moving forward, I don't, you know, you want to talk about, we've heard the word unpalatable tonight. Guess what? Sending Camelot, our Keystone Point, to Harmony is unpalatable. There's no way around it. I mean, that's the truth. And when we say it's long-term, certainly, maybe I certainly hope that's incorrect, but I understand the data, and I've seen it, and I know these folks have worked hard on it. But if you look 10 years down the road with the growth that's happening in that area, there might be a Canoe Creek High School, and then Camelot will be there. So these are the things, and these are the tough decisions that we have to make, and I appreciate all you for being involved in the process.
Ricky, you're going to vote to send Camelot to Harmony?
I will, yes. I will vote to accept the plan that they came up.
That's what I want to know. Thank you.
Mr. Thacker?
I'd like to go ahead and make a motion that we adopt the plan that's presented tonight. Well, I think that would be completely perfect. I think closure is better. I think it works with two schools.
Okay, Board, we do have a motion on the table. Is there a second to the motion?
Let me make another hold that and just make my comment after, because I started the discussion. I just want to say a few things after having heard everyone. No doubt, Ms. Blake, board, the redistricting plan as it's been presented really takes into account a lot of very important issues. And it was made with concerns, ultimately, students in mind, and the fact that they can go ahead and stay in their schools, starting it. So what my concern here is that, there's, well, necessity is the mother of invention, let's just put it that way. And, this is what's been going on and continue to go on. I understand that maybe the staggered schedule was looked at 5 years. I don't have a sense that the district, at this point may want to go ahead and look at it, in a very neutral perspective. I think that if you don't like something, there's no amount of study that's going to make you look at it objectively to see whether it would work or not. And I may be wrong, but I'm not going to vote for this because I think that this would have been a great opportunity for us to look at something and look at it objectively and honestly and see if this is something that we could adopt for so many other capacity issues that this county is facing. Instead that we're going to go with the tried and true formula, which we do know very well and works, well according to what we do, but we do have these issues of Camelots and things like that, and we're going to have them over and over again, and we're not going to look anywhere else. We're just going to continue doing this, and that is my concern. I think that we're losing a great opportunity to think, as Jay Weeder said, outside the box. And whether it would have gotten us there or not, well, we'll just never know.
Well, but Kelvin, I think we can do that even upon making this decision. And I don't think, that this is going to discourage that either.
Just to clarify my motion, I considered making that a part of the motion, then I thought it to continue to explore this. I haven't lost that. I know you haven't lost it. I think this motion I was making is to resolve this issue. I think somewhere else in the meeting, I think we need to come exactly back to what you're saying. I just think they're independent, and we can. So
good.
That's why I didn't put it in.
And I understand that, and I do see your point about being independent. I like to tie them in for action. That's all. It's a different, but it's a good plan. It is a good plan. It's work well done, Ms. Blake. I would say that.
I don't take it personally. We just bring and facilitate what has to be done. But in all fairness, as I heard somebody here say, I just want to make sure, we had 47 on one night and 53 parents on another night. A lot of them don't like to come and do public speaking, so I don't want to undermine that we didn't have a large participation. But at the same time, we had roughly 400 letters that were put out onto the street. So we do get participation. We do appreciate that the parents come. We never discourage it. We like to be as transparent. I have about 10 phone calls on file and maybe 3 letters. So we do have involvement, but I'm glad it doesn't go quite to the media level. But we were dealing with Channel 9 this year, and they were real respectful of the way we communicated. But when we compare ourselves to the other counties, and we're not shutting schools down, which is what some of our surrounding counties are having to do. So I do think we're blessed that we're growing instead of declining.
And board, if you would, real quick, I think I made a mistake. Ms. Stevens, does this say redistricting that you want to speak on? If you would, please come up, because I want to make sure that I provide that opportunity. I provide it to the others. So if you'd come up, and I know you know the process, state your name and address to the record, but I want to make sure I was just slipping through these, and I realized that that's what this said.
Mr. Chairman, I'll second Clarence's motion.
Thank you.
D. Stevens, 218 Cedarwood Circle, Kissimmee, Florida. I just wanted to give some personal information. When I was a high school student, I went on double session. I had to get up 5:30 in the morning, got out at lunchtime. It had some drawbacks and it had some good things. Is that Mr. Phelps over there?
Yes.
You're Mr. Phelps, right? Okay. What Mr. Phelps says about the extra after-school program, that's the part where you don't have time because you got to go home to stay after school for like an after-school club or something. But the one good thing is that a student can get a part-time job, when they're in the senior years of their high school. The only thing is maybe you should do a pilot program with one school. But what you should do, after listening to these two parents and teachers here, is make the logistics of the plan, and whichever departments, Rhonda and so forth, and submit it to the board. Clarence says it should be a task force. He's right about that. Now, Ricky lives out in the real rural cowboy area, and I went on many trips out to that area. There's 30 miles of cattle. The cattle don't vote, and the cattle only have calves.
I tried.
Yeah, okay. Now, the thing is this, you have an option, you should get the plan, and then look it over, and then see if it's feasible, okay? You don't know whether it is or it isn't. But if you just keep juggling around the figures, that's no good. You should have a plan in place and see if it works, and what are the options for the staff. Do you need double staff, where you can both staff, or you don't know, the transportation. You have to look at all the logistics and all the possibilities. And then the board has to make a decision. Don't pay attention to Wheeler. He's here 12 years, and he didn't get this done right. So don't look at him. You four guys, you got 3 votes there, and maybe the 4th vote from you, Kelvin. Okay? So you look at what has to be done. And St. Cloud, if Harmony, I don't know what happened there, I've never even been to Harmony School, or the developers should be required to donate land. You also are eligible, you got to get yourself, I'm not going to speak later, I'm going to come back another time because I don't know if I will. You have to get yourself a Washington lobbyist. You probably are eligible for things through agricultural grants, or even a lot of your growth, not just in the St. Cloud, is not due just for by birth rate of children growing up here, but you have a large immigration influx. And after listening to a program, 80,000 undocumented people are in District 9, Congressional District. You need to go knock on the door of that congressman and try to have him help you, because you probably could get funds from the federal government of the nature of your situation, and you don't go about it in the right way. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. I wanted to make sure I recognize you, and I apologize for missing your slip earlier.
Okay, thank you.
Board,
I'm not going to speak later, so just...
Okay, thank you, ma'am.
Okay.
Okay, Board, for clarification, where we're at right now is we have a motion made by Mr. Thacker, and Mr. Wheeler did second that motion. That's where we stand at this time. Board, I'm just looking, is there any other discussion that needs to be had? Okay, Mr. Wells, I know you wanted to say something.
I just want everyone to know that next Tuesday we have the workshop. We will be talking about a lot of growth management and funding options and things, so I want everyone to know that we are working towards that with you guys.
Yeah, this board, as you well know, has been, and along with staff, been extremely proactive at figuring out how to crack this nut and solve this for our community. So, very well. Okay, Board, at this time I'll look for a vote. All those in favor, please indicate by stating aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The motion does carry 4-1. Okay, at this time we'll adjourn our public hearing. Rhonda?
May I make a quick clarification?
Yes, ma'am.
Because we have 2 new board members, when Ms. Hardy came up, that is a result of a redistricting process we did last year. We had about 13 schools opened. It was 3 different sets of committees. But one of the final decisions was everybody in the Bella Lago piece that moved forward to Chestnut and Discovery or Horizon and Pleasant Hill moved, except the Orange Branch Bay Committee. And what has happened is we've just sent out the reminder notices that starting in August, Orange Branch Bay will need to make their move to Chestnut and Discovery. And I think Ms. Hardy is a parent that did not reside in the county at that point last year. So you may receive phone calls from parents who did not go through the process, not understanding the letter that we sent out. So if you have any questions, just give me a call and I'll bring you up to date.
Thank you. Appreciate the clarification. And again, we appreciate your work.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so we'll adjourn our public hearing at this time, Board, and we'll reconvene under our school board meeting.
Thank you all for being part.
Yes, thank you very much. Appreciate it. Thanks, Ricky. Okay, we are at time for presentations. Mr. Phelps, I don't believe there are any at this time.
No, sir.
Great. Appointments and transfers, none as well. And then open for public comment. I do have one additional slip that was handed in into this portion of our meeting. Is it Debbie Zuck? Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
I welcome you as well this evening, ma'am, and I'd ask if you would please state your name and address for the record.
Yes, my name is Debbie Zook. I live at 1221 Carson Avenue, Kissimmee, Florida. I'd like to preface this with two prefaces. The first one is that I know that you are listening as a board. I am an ESE teacher, IND teacher at Pleasant Hill Elementary School. You recently resolved an issue for us as ESE teachers that involved our planning and our lunch. And Dr. Akes and Mr. Boyd were wonderful advocates in helping us solve that. So I know you're listening and I know you're helping to resolve things. So I wanted to preface with that. The other thing I wanted to preface with is that we as ESE teachers, we do understand that there are budget constraints, there are policy changes, but one of the things that needs to happen is that we need to find a way to integrate and balance all of these changes that are going on so that it takes best practices and combines it with the needs of our students so that we can really provide them with the quality of education that we would like to be able to do. We want to really teach. And what's happening is we are really being kind of bogged down with paperwork is one of the things. Even though we have gone to digital ways of reporting and doing things, everything requires a paperwork verification. So in actuality, something that we thought was going to be making things easier for us, now we have to touch that task 2 and 3 times. When in the past, the old school, do the paper and turn it in. Now it's do the data entry, do the paper verification. So we just kind of want you to really look at how some of these changes, even though we kind of think that they've made positive changes of decreasing workload, it really has not. The other thing that has happened is there have been a reduction in some staff and services in the ESE department. Laws have changed for physical therapy, occupational therapy, speech and language services, and the service doesn't go away to the student, it just gets passed on directly to the ESE teacher. So now we have to be jacks of all trades. We have to still teach them to cut and glue and do the OT kinds of things and to write. And that is with maybe consultation, but we still are physically responsible for providing that service for the children. So we want you to know is that the need is still there for the students. We've had to have some cutbacks in what are called resource compliance specialists. And those are people that help with the paperwork load. The ESE teacher is responsible now as being the case manager for the student, which means we have 2 hours of preparation for an IEP. We have to hold an hour or plus meeting. Then we have an hour of Xeroxing, copying, and dissemination to the different departments and different things. That's between 5 and 6 hours per child. If you have 10 students, that's 50 to 60 hours. That's our planning time. That's a semester of planning time that is lost between that and other administrative meetings that are informative. We need to get the information. So we just want you to understand that when we express concern about our planning, that's it. I have a little bit more to go, if that's okay. So we understand all of that. There's the Florida Alternate Assessment Testing. That's a 5-week process in which we as a teacher are absent from our classroom. Our paraprofessionals have to pick up the responsibilities of managing our classrooms without us. So not only are they becoming teachers, but they're also doing it minus a person, which is us as the teacher, because we have to do everything individualized for our students. We want you to know that there's also a physical management of our classrooms, lifting. We have wheelchair students. We have children who have mobility issues. We teach everything from eating and toileting to academics. We teach K through 5 in most of our classrooms. So we're not just teaching one grade level. We have 5 and 6 different grade levels in a classroom at one time. I work with wheelchair students in an IND classroom, and with my assistants, we lift sometimes 1 ton a day between 5 women. When we lift human bodies and furniture and different things, so we want you to understand that's why there's a need for staff in our classrooms, because of the physical demands that are needed there. General education has academic coaches. They have math coaches. They have science coaches. They have reading coaches. ESE needs some curriculum coaches. We need people to help us. We have to develop a curriculum on an individual basis for 5 grade levels inside of our classroom. We need help with someone to help do that. We need a liaison to help integrate and include our children into the mainstream. as ESE teachers, we cannot do all of that and still teach inside our classrooms and keep reaching outside into the general curriculum. ESE requires individualization of curriculum and strategies. We have wonderful resources that we have been provided with right now. What we need now is time to prepare and implement, and we need people, resources. We don't really need any more curriculum, the internet and all the access that are there. We just need people so that we can help do the things that we want to do. So what I'm asking you is, as a school board, you've been listening. I want you to continue to please listen and help us provide quality educational services to our special needs students. We want to do more true teaching in our classrooms.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you for sharing tonight, and I know I speak on behalf of all of us and say thank you for the work that you do for our students. We genuinely do appreciate it. Thank you, ma'am. Okay, Board, there is no one else that has signed up to speak at this time, and so we will come down to agenda modifications. Mr. Wheeler, I'm going to come to you first.
If you go to the end, I'm going to scratch school performance because Mrs. Luciano's not here. I've got Acclaim Charter Academy. I want to add growth management to that. I'm not going to be at the workshop. And then ACT testing also.
Okay. Mr. Soto?
I don't have any.
Mr. Thacker?
None, excuse me.
Mr. Booth?
None.
Mr. Phelps, are there any changes from you, sir? No, sir. Okay. And Board, there are none from me, so the only changes would be the removal of school performance under new business from Mr. Wheeler, and then we will discuss ACT testing and growth management under new business as well. Board, I'll entertain a motion at this time.
Motion to accept the consent agenda as submitted.
Second.
Thank you, Board. We do have a motion by Mr. Wheeler with a second by Mr. Booth. Is there any discussion?
Quick question for Larry. On the, it's just a technical question. I had 2 abstentions at the last meeting. Is it required that the form, I think it's Form 8 or something?
Form 8B, yes.
Are they required to be, they said at that conference we went to, they're required to be attached to the minutes?
Yes.
I don't see them in here, are they, or can't, will they? Okay, I just want to make sure that.
The record now notes that they will be attached, deemed attached to the minutes, and that's sufficient.
Okay.
Great point. Thank you. Board, any other discussion? Okay, hearing and seeing none, all those in favor, please indicate by stating aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Motion does carry 5-0. Board, that brings us down to our information items, and we'll be looking at assessment and accountability.
Good evening. I'm Janine Jarvis, the Director of Evaluation, Accountability, and Research. We're going to talk to you a little bit tonight about the assessment and accountability aspects for 2014 and 15, and we'll also do a little bit of preview as to what's coming after that, as well as a little bit of what's happened in the past. Okay, so it's a common misconception that the FCAT has just disappeared for this year. That is not in fact the case. We're actually implementing tests from 2 vendors this year. On the Pearson platform, we still have the FCAT Science, the FCAT Retakes, and some of the EOCs. As a matter of fact, all of the EOCs, the civics, the history, the Algebra 1, Algebra 2, and the geometry. Those are for students that were learning the previous set of standards. On the new platform, which is run by the American Institute of Research, they are offering tests this year that are the grade 3 through 11 FSA English and Language Arts, as well as the Algebra 1, Algebra 2, and Geometry that are based on the new Common Core standards. Okay. Some of the things that you might be interested in knowing is that prior to the new FSA writing assessment coming in March, we are doing a writing pilot. There were schools selected for the writing pilot. They are in the process of testing that system now. They had the option of starting in December or in January, and so we have schools in various states of doing that writing pilot. Another new thing with the new FSA assessments that are being offered by AIR is that no longer is the school test coordinator the person that's creating and managing the tests, but the classroom test administrator, in other words, the teachers, are the ones that are creating and managing the sessions. So for them to be able to do that, they each need either an iPad or a laptop to be able to open sessions, close sessions, monitor where students are. So that's going to involve some new training for a lot of our personnel. And as a matter of fact, the state is offering a training at the end of this month for school personnel to learn this new process. Additional things that are new is that the cut scores that you're used to for level 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 will not be established until this summer. The exception to that is probably 3rd grade and 10th grade, where they will have a passing score established prior to that, since promotions depend on it. But the rest of the achievement levels will not come around until this summer. Interestingly, if the student has not passed the grade 10 retake, they will in 11th grade have to take both the 11th grade FSA ELA and the grade 10 retake. So there will be some kids that will be double testing that will be taking both the 11th grade and the 10th grade if they have not passed. So that is different than we're used to. Thank you. On the next slide, you can see the total time for testing, the number of sessions, and whether the test is computer-based. You can see that all the tests for FSA are computer-based except for 3rd and 4th grade. And the other significant change is in middle school, where even though the total time is 180 minutes, it's broken down into 3 sessions. So in the past, most testing sessions have been 2, but for middle school, it has been increased to 3 sessions. So that's going to be different this year. For the English language arts component, and you can see that writing is not included in this, we stick to the typical 2 sessions, and they range from 160 to 180 minutes. And again, everything is computer-based except for grade 3 and 4. For the FSA writing, which is coming up soon, the state originally recommended 90 minutes, which is different from the 60-minute time frame in the past. They have now said that the students can continue up to 120 minutes, and you can see it's just 1 session. There were some changes at the beginning of the year. It started off that grades 5, 6, 7 would be computer-based, but they have recently changed that, I believe in December, so that they will no longer be computer-based, they will be paper-based. So it will only be grades 8 through 11 that will be doing computer-based writing. The next part of the presentation is going to be a demonstration of the new FSA portal. The state has put together this really nice and user-friendly website, and we're going to show you a little bit about how you can access calendars and practice tests. So Mr. Allen is going to navigate us there. And he has. So you can see there's all kinds of resources posted up here. On the left-hand side, there are categories for different types of users: test administrators, school assessment coordinators, technology coordinators. The one in particular that we're going to focus on is the category for student and parents. So if Mr. Allen clicks on that, you'll see that there are some announcements there, but there are two main icons. The first icon is the student and parent resources, so we'll take a brief look at that. Okay, several things come up, and again, you're welcome to explore this as well as the general public. If you click on the first link up there, the announcements and schedules, you will see that the testing calendars show up at the very bottom. So the state testing calendars are there. If you want to see our district testing calendar, you do have to navigate to our website to be able to do that. But you can at least see what they're planning as well as any memos that have been put out. So then if you go back to the student and parents section, which we're there, you can click on the training tests icon there. And this page over on the right-hand side, there's a little box there that shows you the training tests that are available. And there's answer keys and there's some other materials up there, but for our demonstration, we're going to take the training test. And this is something that students are required to do prior to taking the actual test, because the interface is very different than what they're used to in the past. So on this sign-in page, there's no login info required. It's basically all filled in, guess, guess, guess. So all you have to do is hit sign in. So anybody can do this. And the only catch to this page is that there is a student grade level with the blue stripe. You do have to choose the grade level. So we have chosen 9th grade. And you can continue. And then they have all the tests for 9th grade up there. They have reading training test. They have a writing training test. They have a mathematics training test. And you can see the first one is the infrastructure trial test, and that's really designed for our schools to make sure our bandwidth and other capacities are up to par.
So this is all live right now. This isn't just a demo for us.
That's correct. This is all live. You could access it on your phone or laptop or whatever. So you can click on the reading test. And this is kind of a unique feature. The kids can set their text color and their background color. So Mike's going to choose one. And then they can also set their print size. So if they have a visual impairment, they can also set how large the font will be. Okay. And then it's just verifying, is this your test? And so we can hit yes, start my test. And to do a sound check, because what's critical here is earbuds or headphones are now required for every grade 5 through 11 test. So any test that is now computer-based, and you remember I said 3rd and 4th are not computer-based, requires earbuds or headphones. And we're going to see that in a moment. So whether the students are bringing them in or the school is providing them, and we are encouraging students to bring their own in, this is where they can do the sound check to make sure that they do in fact work. And we are recommending that they try this obviously before test day. So Mike, if you click on the little icon, and that's verification that in fact the sound does work, so he can navigate forward. This is a resource for text instructions and help, and it shows basically what the test screen is going to look like. There shows places where you can highlight the test, or you can navigate back to the help screen, where you can use a notepad, where you can mark the question for review, where you can navigate questions because you can skip questions if you want, and other ways to move around the site. So the kids can look at this and they'll get some feeling, but as we proceed, you'll see it's pretty intuitive. It's not that complicated. And so Mike's going to begin the test. And this is question 1. It's a straightforward multiple choice question, so he can go ahead and pick a answer. And what's neat is if you look at the top right-hand corner, you'll see the numbers 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. When he navigates to the next question, in fact, I'm going to have him navigate to question 3. So he's going to, and you can see barely there's a little check mark above 1, which means that the student has submitted an answer for that question. So it's an easy way for them to keep track of which questions they've answered and not answered. Question 3 is a different format. If you notice, it says select 2 phrases from the passage that support the idea. So what they need to do is highlight the 2 phrases. Okay, and then they can move on to the next question, which we're going to move on to question number 8. And again, you can see it gave a little check mark for number 3. If they wanted to, they could, there's obviously save and pause buttons up here if they have to go to the bathroom. The back and the next go 1 question at a time. And there are some other functions below the numbers. There is an I for information. If you click on the I, you will see the help screen comes back up, the tutorial, and it will give them directions again on, they can play and pause that about how to proceed with certain types of questions. Next to that little I icon is a notepad icon where they can write themselves notes and they will save. So if they want to come back to this question and look at the notes that they wrote, they can see that. And then next to the little, next to that icon is the flag, which tells them they're marking it to come back to later. So he can mark that, and that will tell him, it gets a special little symbol that he needs to come back to question 8. You know, if you had a question where you're like, I'm not sure if it's A or D, you can flag it and then come back to it at the end of the test. Okay. So on question 8, you can see it's another drag or drop. They have to create a Venn diagram, and so Mike's going to drag or drop the choices where he believes they should be. Okay. And then we can navigate to question number 10. Again, this is number 9 was another drag and drop. It's very similar. And what's interesting with 10 is this is actually questions 10 through 12. It's got 5 parts, so I'm not quite sure how they break down the points for that. But to get credits for all 3 questions, you have to change all the highlights, and you can see there are 5 of them to the correct word. So Mike can type in what he thinks that phrase should say. And then I believe if he tries to submit without doing all of them, it's going to give him a little pop-up message saying, you have not finished, do you want to continue? And again, it doesn't mean they can't come back to that question later. Okay. So you can see it automatically now has forwarded him to 13 to 15. And we're going to look at question 16, so as not to bore you with the same type of questions. And here is where you'll see that they need the earbuds.
Samantha and Orlando, prepare for a project.
I did some research online, and I found rules for how to market to kids. I think they're a good starting point for our project, even though we can't do all of them.
So you can pause the tape. You can also rewind and start over so they can listen to it as many times as they want within, obviously, the time frame they have for the test. And then they have to pick an answer from the question. So they don't have the luxury of referring back to a reading passage, but they can listen to the recording over and over again. And there are several questions like this. Okay. And I think that's it. Mike, if you want to take us back to the PowerPoint. We had some screenshots up here just in case we had some technology problems and weren't able to get onto the internet. So we had a contingency plan. We don't need to use them. Okay, additional things about accountability for this upcoming year. 11th grade scores will count towards the score grade. So in the past, we've only gone up to 10th grade scores. This year, 11th grade scores are going to be counted. There will be no grades released in the summer. We're used to getting middle school and elementary school grades in the summer. That is not going to happen this year. In fact, the new grading scale won't even be proposed until September or October to the state board. And then shortly thereafter, they will release baseline grades in October, November. And that's the timetable that has been shared with us thus far. So still open to change. Okay. There are a couple, or more than a couple, things that have not yet been determined about school grades. There's still a lot of gray area. One of the things we already talked about are the cut scores for the different achievement levels. The other thing that has not been determined is what percentage of points will constitute or determine each grade. They will be determined by percentages, so 85% and above might determine an A, 70% and above might determine a B, and those have not been set yet. Another thing that has not been determined is how acceleration success will be calculated. Now, acceleration success is a new component. In the past, it has been acceleration participation and acceleration performance for both middle school and high school. This year, they're calling it acceleration success, and it is meant to be a combination of both components. But they have not worked out the details of how that's going to work, what the numerator would be and what the denominator will be. So that's still under discussion. The other thing under discussion is how learning gains will be calculated. In the past, learning gains have been maintaining the same level or increasing a level. While part of the statute says, if you look at number 2 there, that it requires students already at grade level to progress beyond that. And so the current learning gains system does not take that into account, since it says they can remain at the same grade level. So they're going to have to do something to change how learning gains are calculated to account for those kids that are currently maintaining instead of progressing beyond. The elementary school grades model that's going to be proposed for this year looks like it's going to be 700 points. They have no additional weights or bonuses, which really has not been the case for elementary school. And the missing component, if you are familiar with this, in the past it's always been 800 points, is that writing is now getting incorporated or ingested into the English language arts component. So that's where we lose the 100 points between the previous grade model and the new grade model. On the middle school grades model, interestingly, it remains at 900 points, but it's not the same 900 points. Again, writing gets ingested into the ELA component, and there are no additional weights and bonuses. However, because writing got incorporated, the new component here is the social studies or civics EOC. And then again, that weird acceleration success component that's going to be some combination of participation and performance. So a couple things have changed, but the total looks like it will remain at 900 points. For the high school grade model, this is where you see the most impact. We are now looking at an anticipated total of 1,000 points as compared to 1,600 points in the past. Those provisions that might raise or lower school grades are going to be eliminated. So there's not going to be that safety. You can only have a one-letter grade drop. There will also be no bonus points. There's a slew of places where schools can currently earn bonus points, and those are all going away. Still, writing is included in the English language arts component. And most significantly, the at-risk and 5-year graduation rates are disappearing. The college readiness components are disappearing for both reading and math. And the acceleration, again, will not be a standalone. It will be that one combined acceleration success. So big changes to the high school grade model. Now, so that you can see this a little bit, this was the 2013-14 high school grading chart. And anything that's got the purple circle around it means it was eliminated in this 14-15 years. Those are the things we just talked about: at-risk, 5-year, college readiness components. And then you can see the acceleration, which is in pink, just got changed because the participation and the performance are going to be rolled together, and instead of 200 points, they will be 100 points. So it's just a little visual for you to see how the change was from last year to this year, or this upcoming year. And then the almost final slide is, if we go back to 2012 and 2013, you can see there were changes there as well. At that time, participation and performance were 150 points in the acceleration component, and they went down to 100 the following year, 100 points each. And prior to that, there was no U.S. history components whatsoever, so that was new for 2012-13. So every year we have a new grading system with new components, and it's challenging to know what is going on in detail with all these different changes. The other thing that does not stay stable is the grading scale. In 2012 and 13, and we're talking about high school only because the grading scale did not change for middle school and elementary, it just changed for high school. You can see the increase in points that was required to get an A, B, C, D, or F. For 2014 and 15, it is still undetermined. We still don't know. Again, it will be a percentage of total points, either a percentage of 700 points or 900 points or 1,000 points, but the percentages have not been determined. But with the changing scale, that has made a difference as well. And you can see the little statute at the bottom of the slide that says once 75% of schools of a certain type, for instance, high schools, have made A's or B's, they are mandated to raise that scale. So they can't keep it the same, they have to up it.
That's statutory?
Yes.
What's the statute?
I don't have the number up here, but it said in the rule language adopted in 2012, so I can find that for you, Mr. Wheeler, if you'd like.
It's a rule. DOE rules.
And so that basically concludes that presentation. I know Dr. Akes is going to continue a little bit with high school grading. Do you have any questions for me?
Yes, ma'am. Mr. Wheeler?
Yeah, I do. First off, can we get this sent to us electronically, copy of this presentation? That's the first thing. Next, I'm looking through, you did a very good job. Good presentation, concise. I know it was a lot of information you crammed into a short period of time, and I appreciate that. But I've got a question about all of this because of all these changes and things that are going on. Question is, how much of this is really tied to teacher evaluations versus any other motivation? And anybody who can weigh in on this who thinks they got an answer to that. Like, what do you guys have to say?
I would say for the state tests that the primary motivating factor is not teacher evaluations as far as why they have created this. For the mandate that says all of our courses must have an end-of-year exam, those will be directly tied to the teacher evaluations. Now, in some cases, if there's an overlap, for example, we had an ESE teacher up here talking about the Florida alternate assessment. If they're giving the Florida alternate assessment in math, we're not going to require them to give a separate district local assessment in math. So we're trying to be efficient about not overlapping tests where they already are. If there's a state test, we're not going to make our own district local assessment. But they will factor into teacher evaluations for every course because teachers must be evaluated on the subject area that they teach.
Okay, the next question I've got is, I'd like to, we just got a lot of this presented to us, and I've got my favorite high school principals here. It's great that you're all here. So I guess I'd like to hear what any of you may or may not think about this relative. You guys aren't shy. Don't all jump up at once. But I don't know how the rest of the board feels, but you guys live with this every day. You got to live with these changes coming. I'd like to get some input. What can we do to help you be successful? Whatever you want to say, somebody get up. You're all smart guys. I know y'all. Okay, you're all sitting there.
Well, as she said, most of it is uncertain. She says we don't know this, and we don't know this, and we don't know this, and we don't know this. So it's hard for me to say, how can you help us?
Okay, so Nate, thank you. That's a great segue. So the question I've got is then, what is unknown that you need us to go and sit on somebody to get those answers so that way you know how to move forward?
When we talk about acceleration, participation, what is that going to look like? If it's 100% scale, what is that going to look like? We don't know. The students are going to take a reading and a writing assessment. It's the FSA. It's combined. They're going to get a score. What's that score going to look like? How is that being graded? When students take the test, how is it going to give us a percentage? If it's 1/10 of that 1,000 points, how will that look? If a student is in an IB class, what percentage counts for participation? What percent counts for how that student is performing? Those are all the things that we don't know. So as much as we're still going to do what we do each and every day because there are things we can control and things we can't. It's just that so much is just unknown. It just causes more angst than anything else.
I guess, and Mr. Fancher, thank you for overcoming your shyness. I appreciate that. So the question I've got as a follow-up is the unknowns, which nobody in this room has the answer. We get that. Send an email what the unknowns that you need answers to so you know how to move forward so that way we can go and we can shove that down someone's throat. I've got people in Tallahassee.
Mr. Dudley get it to you by 6 a.m. tomorrow.
And is Mr. Jones going to volunteer Mr. Lisby? Thank you.
And last I heard, they were trying to organize committees to make suggestions to the state board.
Well, we got a committee right here that can make suggestions to the state board and to our legislators.
Mr. Wheeler, then the only other thing, when we look at the graduation rate, it's a strict 4-year graduation rate. If a school has a larger percentage of ESE students that are not taking those assessments, even though they're doing everything that those students have been asked, they will count as a dropout.
So I guess the question I've got...
So that is, if you want to knock down some cases...
So the follow-up question I've got relative to that, Mr. Fancher, and for anybody who can answer it, is relative to what you just said, and Dr. Akes, I guess I'll ask you, is that because we're using the National Governors Association formula for graduation rates? Is that part of that, or is it something the state's doing independent of that?
2 years ago, we switched to the federal graduation rate, the 4-year graduation rate. I actually addressed this issue with Monica Veritorata on the issue that Mr. Fancher raises.
Who is that?
She's over the ESE department at the Florida Department of Education, exceptional students.
Okay.
I felt strongly, like Mr. Fancher does, that a student who has special needs and he or she's doing the best they can, that a special diploma should count for graduation. Probably an unintended result of that is the fact that we're doing away with the special diploma now, and that starting with this year's 9th grade cohort, all students will have the opportunity for a regular standard diploma. That was in some of the rules that y'all actually approved last time that y'all were together. So now we will be doing access points for students who are on special diploma to where that they will no longer be on that diploma track for this year's entering 9th grade cohort. They will all have the opportunity for a standard diploma and be able to count for graduation as any other student.
That includes severely handicapped, disabled?
Any student, regardless of the severity of the disability, they will have an opportunity for a standard diploma.
Now, what if that student, we find out is, to your point, doing the best they can, but instead of graduating within that 4-year statistical window, which is typically counted towards a graduation rate, they need an extra semester, they need another year, does that have them dropping out at that point, or they got to do it within 4 years?
They are counted as a non-graduate if they don't finish within 4 years. And I'm not sure that that is something that the state has any leeway on, similar to the students who have less than 1 year in the United States will be exempt versus 2 years in the United States will be exempt. That might be coming directly from the state, from the federal government and not from the state.
Well, the state can ask for a waiver, just like they did with
Yes.
with the ESOL students.
Right.
So I guess what I'd like is if someone can send me an email, first off, I need to know what the unknowns that you need answers to. That's number one. That's the first thing. Then number two, relative to these special needs students, specifically these special needs students who very well, through nobody's fault, the track they're on, they just can't do it within 4 years. So, and we need that change so that way it doesn't count against anybody. And that's statewide. That's not just us.
Correct.
Now, other districts may not be looking, I know a lot of districts are looking at the volume of tests, et cetera, looking at other things, but I think those are two things that legitimately could probably be fixed. We need to educate some board members around the state about it. They may not know about the ESE issue relative to the regular diploma, but at the same time, I think they'll be open. So I appreciate what everybody said, and Clarence, I know you're waiting patiently. So.
Mr. Thacker?
I just had a very quick question. I don't know if you know the answer or not. You talked about the bonuses, points and stuff that are being eliminated next year. Do we have a feel, does anybody have a feel, are we using a lot of those bonuses now or not? And if we are, do we see an impact?
Well, yeah, there's probably at least half a dozen places that high schools can make 5 to 10 bonus points on their scale. Now, again, the scale was 1,600 points, and so how the lack of those bonus points when we adjust to a 1,000 point scale, it's kind of hard to predict. But yes, there are.
What would it be to tell us, and I'm not looking for an answer right this minute, but if we took away our bonus points, what that would have done, what the impact would have been? All I'm looking for is 5 schools would have gone down because of that. Because that's something.
We can do that.
You understand what I'm asking?
Well,
there are some that are very easy to calculate, but then there are some that are very intricate as well.
I'm not trying to get into a major. I was just trying to get a feel. Really trying to get a feel. Are we scared about that or not?
It's on the actual Excel spreadsheet, that part.
On your Excel spreadsheet?
No, it's on the one that they sent us.
Okay. So, yeah, I think that a lot of the bonus points are looking at growth between 2013 and 2014. So, with those disappearing, we could probably take them out of the calculation and readjust the scale and see if it would have a significant difference on school grades. My guess would be for most of them, most of the schools would end up in a similar category. There are a few that have only been borderline transferring into the next grade level.
Mr. Thacker, what we can do is Janine and I can send you the Excel spreadsheet that we received. Keep in mind that, Janine, how many columns does that thing have on it?
At least 50.
Yeah, it's at least 50 columns, and it'll have all your bonus points areas listed there. So you just have to go through there, and we can actually highlight the columns where the bonuses are
Where
at.
do I click to go 2.5 times the font on this piece of paper?
Well, Mr. C says that we have a budget shortfall, and I've been allotted only so many slides and so much paper tonight.
Dr. Akes, I think this is the spreadsheet that he's referring to.
Yes, that would be the one.
I just wanted, for the good of the board and the good of the public, to let you know also the training site that we went to on fsassessments.org is for practice. So if you put your children on there, they are practicing with the interface rather than looking at the content of the information that's on there.
Right, that's a good point. Thank you. Thank you for the presentation and the information tonight. Very helpful. Mr. Akes?
Yes, the next information that we want to be able to share with you is based on Ms. Jarvis's presentation of assessments and the grading scale, what the actual outcome for our high schools for the 2014 school year, what those results were. What we've provided for you is actually a copy of those PowerPoint slides. One of the things that would help us kind of expedite this is if you have a question, if you'll write it out beside the slide, and then at the end, I will take all questions that haven't been answered, and we'll kind of try to run through them that way. As we look at the spreadsheet that's up here in front of us, one of the things that I want you to realize, I've asked the high school principals to be here. When we're looking at high school grades, and I think this has been mentioned tonight, you're looking at the work of over 1,000 employees working day and night with the students in our district. So while the grade of an A or a B or a C may be there, please realize that each and every one of our employees, our principals, APs, work daylight to dark for the students of Osceola School District. And I was once asked one time, well, what is it worth? What should you pay a high school principal? And the response was this: what's a man's life worth? Because they're going to give you 24/7 every day of the year. There are no days and hours off. I went by Gateway the other night, 7 or 8 o'clock. They had 2 events going on, checked on Harmony, the same thing. It's day and night at a high school. So when we look at that, I think it's just really, really important that we understand that these institutions stay open 24/7, and it's the work of a lot of employees and teachers that really give 110% for our schools and our students. So when we got the results, when you're looking up here, one of the things that I try to do with the spreadsheet is make it to where that it's visually consumable and that it motivates change. Do you like that, Dr. President? Okay, so what we're looking up here is every cell that is green either stayed the same or it went up. So right off the bat, what you realize is that we have more green than we have white. And that's really important to me, and it's important to the principals. So when we're looking at this overall, when we look at it as a district, what I start to look at is trends. In other words, where are columns that are white, those are things that I need to work on. And when I'm looking at a road, that's a thing that maybe we need to work with a specific school on. So those are ways that we try to make it visually consumable and that we can see where we need to address. When we're looking at these end columns right here, that's the sum for that particular area for a high school. What you're going to realize is where it's blue, that is where a school went up on that half, which is the assessment side or student achievement side. And on this half, which is what we call the high school, the extra part for high schools, the blue right here is also an area where this school went up on this side. So when we're looking at the school grades, the greens are for ones that maintained or came up. The blues are for the schools that actually increased on those halves, and you can see the cells that are here and the cells that are here. And these blues over here on this side are schools that were adversely affected by changing the school grading scale.
What are the whites?
So the whites are the ones that decreased. So they didn't stay the same, they didn't increase. So what I'm looking over here, these are the school grades for 14, all the way down through here. This is the school grade for 13. And again, this is what the school grade would have been had just the scale itself remained the same. So 3 of our schools that went down a letter grade were adversely affected by just the scale itself. When we're talking about, well, you know, Michael, how much of this whole spreadsheet was actually a surprise when we're looking at it? If I'm doing my job and my staff's doing my job and my high school principals are doing their job, we already have a pretty good understanding for what these numbers should be. We do. The part that is unknown for this particular year was the grading scale itself. So the surprises for me, if you're just asking personally what were surprises for me, were the fact that St. Cloud ended up being a B and that Celebration ended up being a B. Those were surprises for me because of the change in the scale itself. And I think that's unfortunate when you're looking down through here and we look at these schools. It's unfortunate that the scale changed and adversely affected. Now when we come over here and we're looking at Liberty High School, you can also see that it was adversely affected by just the change in the scale itself. So we go to looking at this and trying to consume what are the things that we need to work on. Again, right here, this was one of the things going into the summer. We knew as a system we needed to go ahead and work on the writing. We knew as a system we needed to work to improve the reading. You come down here for reading gains, math gains in the lower quartile. Again, those are things that we felt like we needed to move as a system. What are some things that I'm the most proud of when I look up here, and I'm proud of this from my high school principals, is that graduation rate. Considering the lift that my high schools have, when you take that our comprehensive high schools have a graduation rate of higher than 80 and average over 80%, I am really proud of this. This tells me that we got high schools that kids like to come to, that they're engaged, and that there's staff there that are pulling these kids across that stage. So I'm very proud of that. Am I happy with the outcome here for the grades? Absolutely not. Is the expectation of the high school department is that all our high schools will have grades of A. So, and I know that we'll attain that as we continue to move through it. The problem is the unknowns that we don't know. Okay, so let's look at just the grades itself. Ms. Jarvis did a great job of talking about what we had for 13. The fact that these 2 areas are the areas that changed was the participation points, and also the fact that whenever you look at it, U.S. history came online. Go to the next one. Right here, U.S. history come online. Well, when we're looking at that, you got to realize that you actually took some areas here that we were actually gaining bonus points in, and they were also weighted high, and you come up with U.S. history where we're hitting at about 50% for the district. Okay. So the grading scale and the weighting category, and this was the statute. So I believe there was a question about what state board rule it was that was cited, and this is actually the number that it's cited from. This is the state board rule. Now when you look this up and you say, well, what statute actually drives that? There's a list of about 10 statutes that are behind it. But this is the state board rule. So when we're talking about, well, did Pam Stewart have to increase the grading scale for high schools? Absolutely she did, by state board rule. When you have a certain percentage that is reached, they have to increase it, and that's where it's at. It's in bold writing there. How did we do in comparison to other districts and the state? It's our expectation that we have A's, so we might as well look at the percentage of A's for our surrounding districts and for the state. So when we're looking at Brevard, at Collier, at Dade, coming on across the Orange, Osceola, Polk, Seminole, and the state, all of them decreased in the percentage of A's. When you compare us to maybe when you're looking at the state, ours decreased the percentage of A's by roughly over 20%, and the state is almost at a 20% reduction also in the number or percentage of A's. So when you're looking at this, every district that had a large percentage of A's or an area that had a large percentage of A's took a hit. Lake and Polk did not take as big a hit because they didn't have the number of A's that we did. Okay? Okay, so how does this look coming up? What did we do? What did we do in response to the student achievement data that we had going into this school year? Again, those numbers in the student achievement that came out on the high school report card were not surprises. We knew that going into it. We put a plan into place. Dr. Bresendine, Mr. Allen, and I worked together on the reflective visit process, making sure that it was vertically aligned. We want to make sure that we're checking the pace of the curriculum, the rigor of the curriculum, and the student engagement in all subject areas. And I believe that my high school principals can attest that that's in place with fidelity. Okay, writing. When we're looking at writing, the writing scores took a step down. We were concerned about that. Going into this summer, we expanded the core connections training. This is now through all of the different grade levels, elementary, middle school, and high school. And when we're looking at this, we also did district training on the new FSA writing standards. The principals have had training on the new writing rubric and FSA standards. And we've checked for the implementation of standards in the writing and the reflective visits. So when we're going into those schools, and I think that probably two of the board members could speak on this, we're actually looking in the classroom for evidence of the FSA writing rubric. And we have at our title schools, we've actually piloted Write Score, which is a writing program that gives us the ability to actually, kids go online, take a writing assessment, and it scores it for the student and the teacher right then. So what did we do about the reading scores? This year we implemented a new reading framework for all of our intensive reading classes. We implemented the use of star reading at the high school, where it was K-8 before this year. We expanded it into the high school where we could progress monitor level 1 and level 2 readers. We developed an ELA-R reading class, and what this is about is what we're doing is we're trying to differentiate the needs of the ELA classes by the needs of the learner. What you'll take is when you go into a comprehensive high school, you may see an honors ELA, kind of a regular ELA, and then you would see an English language arts that has an R behind it. The standards are going to be the same. The 9th grade standards are the 9th grade standards. But in the ELA-R class, you'll see it heavily embedded with Lexile level text that is differentiated by the student's need. This was a big push for us this year. Okay. When we're looking at the Achieve 3000, this has been a district initiative. The high schools have picked this up. We were using it in some of the ELA classes, but it should be strongly embedded in the ELA-R. Our social studies teachers have gotten on board, and the science teachers have gotten on board with using this. This creates Lexile text that's informational text, and it's working good in that area. And we've also implemented what we call sheltered instruction in the high schools that have the high incidence of the NES students. Ms. Dina Medallia talked about this. Was it 2 board meetings ago? Okay. And then what's the next one? Okay, the expanded use of Reading Plus for students in intensive reading. That goes back to the reading framework. This is a really good computer program that reinforces reading skills that are needed, and we're using that in all of our intensive reading classes. So what about math? Math we've continued to look at. We're doing math solutions training for all algebra and geometry teachers. We're looking at adjusting the progression plan. We've put that in place to where that now, if I got a 9th grade student who's not ready to go into Algebra 1, we're doing Algebra 1A as a 9th grader and Algebra 1B as a 10th grader. We've implemented sheltered ELA classrooms for the sheltered students who need it. That's really working good. And when we're looking at, as we come forward, go to the next one. This is the model for 15. And this is what Ms. Jarvis was talking about. There's some unknowns in here that we don't know about. How this acceleration points will be calculated. We do know the graduation one, so that's a good one. We know U.S. history, biology. When we're looking over here, we do not know how the FSA will be calculating the ELA standards and the writing standards together. We're pretty familiar with the mathematics. There is a little bit of an unknown there with Algebra 2, so we're proceeding forward like it will be counted also. This is the 15 one. Well, we know that it's a 1,000-point scale, but we don't know what would constitute an A or a B in this situation, and we won't know until October of next year what even the scale may look like. So those are some really big unknowns for us as we move forward. So, okay, I've kind of run through the slides pretty quick. Mr. Muniz, he's been giving me a hard time about my data slides. All right.
27 of you.
Less than 10 minutes.
All right, board, let's come back this time for questions. Mr. Wheeler?
The only thing I'm going to, Luciano's not here, so I'm going to leave it alone, but I'd just like an electronic copy of this.
Yes, I'll send it to you.
And I really appreciate, I don't know what slide number, it's our page 4. This is very visually impactful to your point where it does make sense to scrap right here. So thank you very much.
Well, we always ask ourselves, well, how are we doing by surrounding counties? How did the state do? And I know that y'all wanted to be able to have that and look at it.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Soto?
Michael, I am a big fan of your work, and I enjoyed your presentation. I too want a copy. I will tell you, I will share with this board, and I will share with you that from the materials that you presented, not just today, but in previous school board meetings, I'm creating a binder, and I'm hoping that when I have an opportunity to speak to groups of people in my district, that I explain these things to them. I don't know if I could do it as well as you have, but what I'll try to do is try to get them to understand, because we're doing a lot to meet these new requirements from the state in terms of what is graded, what needs to be learned, what needs to be taught and learned. But the parents really are a key component in this. I think it doesn't help for them. I mean, it doesn't hurt, and I think it'll help us for the community and the parents of our students to have at least an understanding of what this is and how important it is for their student, for their children, and for them to put in the motivation and the encouragement for the students to be prepared for these exams, to really take school seriously, enjoy it, take pride in it. And I think that that's the role that I can have, at least when I meet with parents in my district. And your presentations, the materials you provide are a part of that that I'm using to do my part in the efforts towards getting our schools to get better grades to student achievement.
Thank you, Mr. Soto. The principals know what the expectation is for our school district, far as we want all A high schools, but we also know that's a process by which we have to go through, and we can't leave no stone unturned as we go through it. But we also have to recognize the lift that is at these high schools. I am just affirmed every day that when I walk the halls of, when we're looking at C high schools, those teachers are teaching. Our high school principals have on the radar what they need to improve. We'll continue to move it forward. And again, really the number that I'm just most proud of for this last year was that graduation rate, because our business is to graduate students. We're going to get there. We'll get all A high schools. It's going to take us a couple of years.
Mr. Booth?
Yes, Dr. Easton, and I may or may not have an idea. I think I kind of do. Could you speak a little bit to why we don't have these for English and mathematics, why we don't have these numbers in place that we could look at, these goals in place from the state?
Okay, and let's talk about in these areas.
Well, you said we didn't know where we had to go. You didn't know how it was going to be scored.
We don't. Okay, so what Ms. Jarvis and I were talking about in both of the presentations is in the past we've had a reading FCAT score and we've had a writing FCAT score. Now those are going to be combined, and it will be FSA standards. We're actually getting, it won't be long, we'll be taking the writing portion of that FSA, but then there will be an ELA part of it, and that will be combined. She's asked, I've asked several times, how will that be combined? Will it be an average? Will we get a separate ELA score and a separate writing score? They cannot give us the answer.
I guess that's what I'm getting to, is what that answer is. But you guys don't have any idea as to why there is, but why that is.
Okay. What will happen is they will take these scores.
No, I got that.
Okay, and they're going to put them in and actually do an aggregate and analyze all the different metrics behind it. This one right over here is giving my high school principals just as much grief, because we put a lot of stock in AP, we put a lot of stock in IB, we put a lot of stock in dual enrollment. My CTE teachers, that's what they're all about. What are we doing post-secondary to prepare these students? We're working day and night on this column over here and have absolutely no idea how it's going to be calculated. So this has been my response to my staff and to the high school principals. We know how this was calculated before, and we need to continue on just like it's going to be the same. We need to get every kid we can in AP. We need to get every kid we can into IB. We need to make sure every industry certification we can capitalize in and continue just like we know the game has been played before. Over here, what are we doing to ensure that they're prepared? We're doing Osceola rights. We talked about right score. We have the progress monitoring for STAR. The part that we don't know is how it's going to be combined for one score. So we just don't know that.
Thank you.
Thank you for asking them.
Mr. Phelps?
Yes, thank you. Dr. Riggs, thank you very much for your presentation. And high school principals, thank you for being here. It definitely shows your commitment to your schools. As Dr. Riggs pointed out, and Janine also did, the school grading is definitely kind of a moving target for us. And we do our best not to get bogged down on the school grade. We continue to look at the data pretty much on a daily basis, try to find out what strategies we need to put in place. Those things are already in place. We strive to just make sure that our kids have everything that they need. And with the target changing, from sometimes from year to year, it definitely makes it frustrating for the high schools to get that grade that they're striving for. Of course, we're always striving for A's, but we'll continue to monitor it. We'll continue to do what's best for kids and look at the data. And I guess I don't want to say hope for the best, but I guess hope for the best.
Mr. Wheeler?
First off, to the high school principal, I know you've all had long days. I know you all started early and you worked a full day and you're here now, but because you're here now, we just had this presentation, and again, I appreciate, Mr. Fancher has been the only guy who has gotten over his shyness. I know all of you really don't have that malady, but with that said, is there anything, as long as you're here, anything any of you want to add, say, etc.? I mean, and if not, that's okay. But you're here, and we're here. And if there's something you want to add, say, etc., please. Hey, don't bite your tongue. You can say that.
Ladies and gentlemen, now's your opportunity.
I mean, yeah.
Mr. Wheeler, one thing I will add.
Sure.
When you look at that formula, 40% of our total grade will depend on gains, and we're looking at comparing a different test that includes the writing and comparing those two. That's what we're up against and looking at those unknowns. So that's another reason if you're presenting an argument for delaying the grades for a year, the accountability process, if you're in that court, if you're in that side of it, that's one of those things that we have to consider next year. We're looking at school grades. We're comparing different numbers, a large percentage of that is based on growth. So it's something that kind of keeps us awake, but we're going to still head in the right direction.
I guess I've got a question for all of you. You've got to make gains with your lowest quartile, and we've done a good job in this district with it. So the question I've got for all of you, in that lowest quartile that you've got to make gains with, what percentage of that lowest quartile are already at, say, a level 3 in reading and a level 3 in math, where now you're getting a kid who's a grade level in your lowest quartile, and you got to bump them up? I mean, which is an unintended, but I guess so that is a question I've got is, in that lowest quartile, how many of our kids are actually at grade level? And I don't know the answer to that, but I mean, when you got to bump those kids up when they're already a 3, you got to get them to a 4 or a 5.
It goes back to the same unknown. It used to be achievement level would be a 3, and that would count. Now it could be an 11. You just don't know.
Right, you don't know what the scale is.
In years past, it was an improvement within a scale score, and a 3 remained a 3 or a 4 or 5 remained that would, but now we do not know.
Let's move it to I guess we got a union representative.
I just wanted to point out, Mr. Miller, I mean, when they say they don't know, they don't know. The FSA assessment has never been beta tested. They're using our students in public schools as guinea pigs on this whole assessment process.
More like cash cows.
And they're not only doing that, but they're moving the scores. It's like building the evaluation system in there. So they're just shooting in the dark. They're doing the best they can, and they have nothing else to compare this assessment system to. It's not the FCAT.
Oh, I'm fully aware of what it's not and who's running. I get that.
They haven't even prepped before the beginning of the year. They didn't even let the folks know how these questions are going to be phrased. They're phrased unlike any of the questions our students have ever taken. And at least from the union side, what we're being told that there's a good possibility that 40% of the students in any given county could fail this test.
And I've been in presentations with Pam Stewart, and if you listen to her, it's all peaches and cream and roses and bubblegum. But that's a conversation for another. She's the Commissioner of Education, as you don't know, Pam Stewart is.
Just to go back to your other question, level 3 students cannot be included in the lowest 25% any longer.
Oh, really? When did that change?
2011-12.
Okay.
Dr. Hicks, quick question on the writing rubric, and you're right. I was able to witness that at Point Siena High School. How much communication is taking place, and really this is for Lizette and Mike as well, communications taking place to the parents about this rubric and the what is really expected from the kids when it comes to their writing component? So I think that's a key piece as well, is parents not really understanding what the expectation is and how to work with their students to make sure that they're meeting this. And I'm just curious what job we're doing there to get the word out. And Mr. Soto, I think that kind of goes to your point a little bit as well.
Our communication is really kind of along the same lines as it is every year, except this year we added our academic fairs at the beginning of the year where parents were exposed to all of the expectations. And from that, schools have followed up with their own curriculum nights and sharing information with parents. We're always forwarding information to the schools to include in their newsletter so that parents are aware. The website that you were kind of previewing through the presentation from Ms. Jarvis and Mr. Allen has also been shared with parents so they can refer to the expectations of the new writing. And when I speak to parent groups, that seems to be of the highest concern right now.
One of the things that you may know I do is I write an article or two that we get the word out on what's going on. And so the one that actually we're working on right now has to do with Discovery and the NASA program. But that'll be something that I'll make sure that we get out soon. But I think that's something that community relations, and I'll talk with Dana about it, but we need to probably be real purposeful about it. And I know, we're halfway through the year at this point, but that's just one of those pieces when we look at this data, and that's one of our concerns. I've always said this, that, education is really the parents' responsibility. We just come alongside to help provide the support and the expertise and the system to help support what they should be doing at home. And so we need to make sure that we're doing a really effective job of letting them know what this standard really looks like and what the expectation is with regard to students, and particularly writing, but we can talk about it really in any subject areas.
Mr. Weishauer, if I may. The website that we were on is fsassessments.org, and it is absolutely the clearinghouse of everything that we do know about the FSA assessment. So, and I know the principals and the school staff and working with the union, we've tried to get the word out as much as possible to the public. But any help that you can give us in that, it would be greatly appreciated.
Yeah, and I know, I went to a parent night at Bella Lago, and they covered that, and they used this tool and everything. I mean, I know it's out there. I just, I can't help but wonder. There's this moving target that all of our staff is working with, and you guys are working hard to accomplish our unified strategic plan and get where it is that we want to go. And obviously, our community is concerned about what's happening in this district. It impacts our economic opportunities that are going to exist in Osceola County. This board is really committed to improving it, but part of it's going to make sure that we have a really effective communication method to get the word out, and then a way to help empower ultimately the parents to make sure that they're the ones that are alongside of making sure that these kids are really seeing the gains. Because, as we can all talk about and we all know, there's only so many hours in a day, and there's a limited amount of opportunity for these teachers to really help move the students where they need to go. And so if parents aren't coming alongside, we're always going to fight this battle. I know that's preaching to the ultimate choir in this room tonight, but it's just not lost on me as we look at these things. So.
Okay. Any other questions for us? And again, I want to say thank you to the high school principals for coming. And I really appreciate the staff at the high school. Every day they come in and work hard. Like I said, it's daylight to dark. The teachers have really, they've made the change into the FSA. When we walk the classrooms, we see that. And if you ever have the chance to do a fidelity visit with us or a reflective visit with us, we'd love to have you participate in that and actually see how we check for pacing and the implementation of those plans. So thank you for this opportunity.
Thank you, sir. Great job again.
All the principals, thank you all for coming.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. We appreciate you guys being here tonight.
Maybe I'll go home now. You're not going to stay for the rest of the meeting?
They're all going All right, Board, next item on our agenda is the information regarding the monthly Business Advisory Board. As usual, that information is provided in the packet. Mr. Cease is here if you have any other questions. Otherwise, I suspect that information is satisfactory. Mr. Cease, anything additional you need to add on that?
No.
Okay, thank you. Board, the other information item for us today it has to do with the 2014 audits. And
yeah, we have a summary overview of that. McDowell's going to.
I got one question.
Sure.
Is there any anomalies, any worries, any concerns, or is everything looking good?
Is there any anomalies?
Any anomalies, concerns, issues, anything out of the ordinary that we need to be, or is everything, all the I's are dotted, T's are crossed, and all looks good?
Are you talking about in general regarding the general fund budget, or
I'm talking about the charter school audits?
Yeah, and McDowell will actually address it. No, we didn't see any material deficiencies, but we just have a quick summary on the charter schools.
Thank you.
Audits.
Good evening. And to answer your question, Mr. Witter, no, there were no material weaknesses or significant deficiencies that were identified. They were pretty standard reports this year.
Everybody had the reports in a timely manner?
That's correct.
Okay,
they all met our deadlines.
Thank you.
I'm going to provide the board with a brief overview of the charter school reports, the other component units in our internal account funds. These reports do present the results of the district's component units and one other charter school for the 2014 fiscal year. The component units of the district include 12 of its 13 charter schools, the Bay Lago and Flora Ridge Educational Facilities Benefit Districts, Four Corners Charter School, Inc., and the Foundation for Osceola Education, Inc. All of these reports are available on the Business and Fiscal Services website for your thorough review. All of the district's charter schools did submit their reports in a timely manner. The auditors applied the financial condition assessment procedures pursuant to Section 10.854, 1E2, and 10.85511 rules of the Auditor General, and determined that none of the district's charter schools were in a state of financial deterioration for the year ended June 30th of 2014. As anticipated, all of the reports received an unmodified opinion with no material weaknesses or significant deficiencies. Combined, the district's charter schools reported revenues of $51.2 million at the fund level for the 2014 fiscal year, $45.3 million of which was derived from FEFP funding. Charter schools reported 7,464.9 FTE, or 13% of the district's total FTE, during the 2014 school year. As a result, 12.43% of the district's $365 million in FEFP funding was distributed to the 13 charter schools in operation during the 2014 fiscal year. Charter schools reported $50.4 million in expenditures, resulting in a collective surplus of $844,152 for the fiscal year ended June 30th of 2014. The district's charter schools reported $14.38 million in assets and $5.1 million in liabilities, resulting in fund balances of $9.25 million for all governmental funds. 11 of the 13 charter schools had no audit findings to report for the 2014 fiscal year. The auditors for Acclaim Academy reported 2 findings, and Avant-Garde's auditors reported 1 finding. The audits of the district's other component units include the Bay Lago and Flora Ridge Educational Facilities Benefit Districts, or the EFBDs, Four Corners Charter School, Inc., and the Foundation for Osceola Education, Inc. The EFBDs are special districts that are formed to assist in financing the construction and maintenance of educational facilities throughout public through public and private cooperation. The entire cost of constructing Bayalago Academy and a portion of the cost of constructing Flora Ridge Elementary were paid for through the use of this funding mechanism. Four Corners Charter School, Inc. is a not-for-profit organization that governs the operations of Four Corners Charter School. The Foundation for Osceola Education is a not-for-profit corporation that provides direct support for public education throughout the district. All of these entities received an unmodified opinion with no material weaknesses or significant deficiencies. These other component units reported $19.1 million in assets and $5.1 million in liabilities, with combined fund balances of $14 million for all governmental funds. Collectively, the other component units reported $31.76 million in revenues and $31.78 million in expenditures, resulting in an operating deficiency of approximately $19,000 for the fiscal year ended June 30th of 2014. All but one of these entities had no findings to report for the 2014 fiscal year. Flora Ridge EFBD's auditors reported one finding. Lastly, the audit of the school's internal funds includes the activities of our school's student activities and groups, such as athletics, music, high school classes, clubs, and departments. There were approximately $10 million in collections at 50 different sites during the 2014 fiscal year. There were no material weaknesses or significant deficiencies that were identified relative to these funds. That is a quick summary and overview of the 2014 reports for our charter schools, other component units, and internal funds. At this time, I'll take any questions that you may have.
Thank you. Board, at this time, any questions? Okay. McDowell, thank you as always for your work, and thank you for the presentation tonight. I'm sure the board members have or will review this at their leisure.
Thank you.
Thanks, McDahlia.
Thank you.
Board brings us down to regular agenda items. We are under curriculum instruction. Board, what is your pleasure for these items?
I will take items A through D all at one time for motion to approve as submitted.
Thank you. Board, is there a second on that motion? Thank you. Board, we do have a motion by Mr. Wheeler with a second by Mr. Thacker on the approval of letters A through D under curriculum instruction. Is there any discussion on these items? Okay, hearing and seeing none, all those in favor, please indicate by stating aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The motion does carry 5-0. Board, under Deputy Superintendent for Operations, approve modification for the academic calendar. What's your pleasure?
Motion to approve item E as submitted by the Deputy Superintendent for the modifications to the 2014-15 academic calendar.
Thank you. Board, there is a motion. Do I have a second on that item?
Second.
Thank you. Board, there's a motion by Mr. Wheeler with a second by Mr. Thacker on the approval of letter E. Is there any discussion, Board? Okay. Hearing and seeing none, all those in favor, please indicate by stating aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Motion does carry 5-0. Board Business and Finance, what is your pleasure on these items?
I'll make a motion to approve items F through P as submitted.
Thank you. Board, there is a motion by Mr. Wheeler. Is there a second on these items?
Second.
Thank you. Board, we have a motion by Mr. Wheeler, second by Mr. Thacker on the Business and Finance for the approval of letters F through P. Board, any discussion that we need to have at this time? Okay. Hearing and seeing none, all those in favor, please indicate by stating aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The motion does carry 5-0. Board, that brings us down to facilities. What's your pleasure on these items?
Mr. Chairman, I'd like a motion to take items Q, R, and S at one time, and then I'd like to take T and V individually. So I'll make a motion to approve Q, R, and S as submitted.
Thank you, Board. That is a motion for Q, R, and S. Is there a second on those items?
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Thacker. So, Board, there's a motion by Mr. Wheeler with a second by Mr. Thacker on the approval of letters Q, R, and S under facilities. Board, any discussion on those items? Hearing and seeing none, all those in favor, please indicate by stating aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The motion does carry 5-0.
And I'll make a motion to approve T as submitted, but I got to get discussion, so for a second.
Okay.
Second.
Very good.
Okay, any
So, Board, there's a
discussion?
motion by Mr. Wheeler, a second by Mr. Booth on the approval of letter T. Discussion, Mr. Wheeler.
Hi, this is for reading utility meters, correct?
Yes, sir, that's all.
So,
There's no revenue or anything for the city. They're putting, strategically locating towers around the city and on the perimeter for meter reading.
how
That's
tall is
correct.
this thing going to be?
It's 120 feet, which is smaller than what's out there.
I was going to say, but in the event that cell company wanted to locate their services on it, could the tower, could the...
We already have a cell tower there.
Oh, really? Okay.
It's been there for about, since the school opened almost.
Yeah, this will be located right next to it.
This is only with the city of St. Cloud for their wireless metering.
Got it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Wheeler. Board, any discussion on letter T? Hearing and seeing none, all those in favor of the approval of letter T only, please indicate by stating aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Motion does carry 5-0. Board, letter U, what is your pleasure?
The motion approved is submitted.
Thank you, Board. That's approved by Mr. Wheeler for letter U. Is there a second on that item?
I'll second it.
Okay. So, Board, we do have a motion by Mr. Wheeler, a second by Mr. Thacker on the approval of letter U. Under facilities, discussion to Mr. Thacker.
Clyde, we're extending this, if I understand it, almost two years and 9 months or so. And I guess my concern is that's an awfully long extension. Do we have anything, any kind of retainer, any kind of non-refundable deposit? My concern is we wait 2 years and 9 months.
Right.
Somebody may put a tower down the street. I assume there's some revenue coming with this one.
There will be.
Are we at risk of letting them change their mind? They'll just go co-locate somewhere else in about 6 months?
I don't believe that's going to be the case. There will be some upfront money to the school, and then once it's set up, there'll be the monthly income.
Can we push?
And I know that they're working with Mr. Studley on that.
Can we get some upfront money now to make sure they remain committed?
Sure. And Spire is committed. They're looking at other school sites right now.
It's just a long time.
It is, but they've had to go through the zoning at the county, and there's been some holdups on that, so they did ask for the extension, and I can agree that it may be a little lengthy, but I feel comfortable that they're going to proceed with it.
And lastly, just a general question, not as much
Sure.
on that. Do we push our people that are putting these towers to co-locate with others or not? And if not, should we?
Sure. Yeah, I think we do. We're really not in the business of it. The last one we did was for Celebration High School. Prior to that, we only have Deerwood and the one at Narcoossee Middle School. We've had those for a number of years. And then Spire came to us about Celebration 2 years ago, which they finally got it up and going. And now they're looking at Liberty. But I think as the market continues to grow, that's something we can certainly look at.
We just want to make, the county used to require that they built sufficient towers for a co-location. We just probably, I don't know if they still do that or not. If they don't, we might want to just think about pushing that.
Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, Mr. Wheeler?
Clarence, just to give you a little bit of background, this company, what they do is they're in the vertical real estate business, and what they do is they're not tied to Verizon, AT&T, Sprint. I mean, in Celebration, they got AT&T as one tenant. They're negotiating with Verizon. They're just first come, first serve is kind of how they do it. And once these guys are pros. They've been real good too. They helped the revenues that they got from Celebration High School is going to fund the gaming curriculum we have at Harmony, Point Siena, and Celebration. That's what the superintendent decided to use the money for. So it's and they're good guys. They're going to be at the State of Education. You can meet them there. If you got any questions, I mean, they'll.
Yeah, we've pushed them to become business partners. I think they're helping through the foundation and everything, so they're getting committed to the district for sure.
And they've been a partner at Celebration High School too, so they're good guys.
Let me just ask for some clarification though, because you were asking about some upfront money now to get some firm commitment from them. I mean, is that?
I just want to kind of keep them on it's just, we're giving them an awfully long time, and which we're tied up. If AT&T wants to put one there, we're kind of out of commission on that right now for for
right, a year.
30-something months.
Yeah.
And it's a long time out there. But my understanding is they have their county approvals. Just got them, which is why they're asking for the extension. But if originally, I guess that's where I'm a little confused. Originally, they thought they were going to get county approval.
Yeah,
I think it's all been break ground in a year. Now they get approval and they don't want to break ground for 30 months.
Well, it all goes back to getting the provider lined up to get them set up and everything, so that revenue stream's going in. I mean, that's the real.
Well, and here's the reason I ask, and you may already know it, is if we approve it as it's presented, it doesn't necessarily include any of that hard money that you're looking for. And so if you're looking for that to be included, then we need to make sure that that's clear and there's some direction from the board.
That's a good point.
Otherwise, what we're actually approving is just going forward with the extension.
Let me ask a question. Can we, I'll be happy to withdraw my motion, but here's the question I've got is, can we postpone this, put this on the agenda for February and ask the Spire representatives to come, and we can, or maybe you can work something out between now and then with them? because Clarence, you bring up a good point about 30 months, and these are good, and they've waited this long, so another couple weeks, I mean, and they're good guys, I think.
Yeah, I'm not trying to cut them out or anything.
No, I get it, you just want to compress the time frame.
Yeah.
No, I get that, and that's fair.
Mr. Bullock.
Okay, so I'll withdraw my motion. I'm okay with that.
Okay. So Board, at this time then, the motion's been withdrawn by Mr. Wheeler, second by Mr. Thacker, and Mr. Wells, you're okay with bringing this back to the Board at, I guess, our next meeting? Okay.
Sure,
So why don't we do this, Board? Why don't we make a motion to postpone this item?
I'll make a motion to postpone this item until the next school board and give Mr. Wells an opportunity to talk to the vendor and invite the vendor in, or maybe Mr. Wells can work out something between now and then, doesn't need to bring him in.
I'll second that.
Thank you. That's appreciated. So we have a motion to postpone it to our next school board meeting by Mr. Wheeler with a second by Mr. Booth. Board, any discussion on that? Okay, hearing and seeing none, all those in favor, please indicate by stating aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The motion does carry 5-0. Board, that brings us down to letter V. What is your pleasure?
Well, then, I'm just looking at the way this is worded. We're essentially taking a piece of property, deciding it's unnecessary for ancillary purposes, but then we're selling it to a charter company so they can build a school that we need. And I'm not suggesting we don't need it. For me, it's a question of semantics.
Yeah.
I don't know if there was...
The statute requires.
Yes.
Oh, that's all,
You
okay.
can't sell,
That's
you
right.
cannot sell an educational property, school board property, without making that finding.
Okay, so that's statutory, okay.
Yes, sir.
I'll make a motion to approve as submitted.
Thank you. Board, we have a motion by Mr. Wheeler. Is there a second on this item? Okay. Hearing no second, the motion would die. Is there another motion that a board member would like to make?
Well, can we make a motion, or can we start with just a discussion? We need a motion for discussion?
Make a motion to discuss this item.
Typically, yes, you, a motion on the table, a second, then discussion on it.
I'll make a motion for denial.
Okay. So Board, there's a motion by Mr. Thacker for denial of letter V. Is there a second on that motion?
Can we have the discussion prior to?
Yeah, I guess that's what.
Yeah.
That's what he's asking.
Okay, so real quick, there is no second, and so that motion would die at this time as well.
Typically, you say, for discussion, someone would say, I second for purposes of discussion. You could always withdraw your discussion.
Okay.
Okay. So, be clear, we have a motion for denial made by Mr. Thacker, and we have a second by Mr. Soto, and so we can enter into discussion stage at this time. Mr. Thacker, I know you had your light on. I suspect you want to talk on this as well.
Yeah. My concern is, which I think I expressed a couple months ago when we did the dedication, is going to an individual, I don't care whether it's a corporation, individual, whatever it is, and receiving property that we didn't pay for through a dedication process or through an eminent domain process, which this is not, and turning around and selling the property. And I don't know, I don't have any idea if at that time, my understanding is now that the negotiations were in process to sell the property before the dedication took place. I don't know if the person doing the dedication or Lennar Homes was privy to that or not. I know that they have raised some questions now, and it's not part of this, but that's why I brought this up. There's some question on some impact fee credits, and I guess I feel very strongly about getting property from anybody through, be it through an eminent domain process or a dedication type thing, which quite frankly, back in 2006, the lay of the land around here was, if you're going to get your project through, you're going to donate some school land, you're going to donate some underground utility land, da-da-da-da-da. So this started a long time ago, and I just feel like it's bad policy for this community. If we need development. We talked about it earlier tonight. Growth is a great thing for this community. I think we need the right kind of development. I think I certainly want to be a type of district that people want to develop in, where they felt like they're treated up front and treated fairly, where there's dedications where we need stuff. I think it's fine. I think it's a great process. Where there's dedications where it's marginal on a need for a school, I don't know about, where it's I don't like the idea of being a middleman. The idea of the charter schools as a private enterprise, being in between a charter school and an owner of a property as a pass-through doesn't sit that right with me. I know we need the money. Nobody wants to give up money. But at the same point, I think it's a question of, from my personal perspective, what I feel like is right with personal property or private property rights, which this was private property prior to the dedication. The other thing that bothers me a little bit, and I brought this up once, and the question was on a competitive bid, did we open this up to any charter school? The response was a little bit like they're the biggest ones and they're the only ones that could buy the land. I'm fine with that, but if it was a competitive bid, they would have been the only ones that came out of the woodwork and offered the price. We would all know exactly where it stands. It just, like I say, the whole process just doesn't quite feel right with me. I also think that we should have a discussion, whether it's right here or we commit to have it at the end of the meeting or somewhere, on whether we feel that we have any sort of obligation back to the prior property owner on the fact that we got something, we're selling it right away. If everybody feels we don't, I'm fine with that too, but I think we should have that discussion. And, this started back in '06. It got in a hurry here. The developer probably did not do themselves a very good deal. I don't want to fix developers' deals, but I also think if we're kind of in the middle of something that's not quite right, we've got the ability to go back. I spoke to Mr. Brown from a legal perspective. He said it's a policy decision. Larry, correct me, I'm not trying to put words in your mouth, that if we chose to do this from a policy perspective, you could support it legally. The issue is, are we setting precedent? I don't feel like we're setting precedent at all in this case, because I'm not sure that we've ever taken property through a dedication and turned around and virtually immediately sold it. That to me sets this apart from anybody else who we got property from, last year or 10 years ago, where we didn't do a impact fee crediting or anything else. The other thing, Larry, and I tried to catch you before and I got here a little bit late. If you go back to the Florida statutes, section 380 or chapter 380, sections 15 and 16, it's very clear on property dedications and the requirements for impact fee credits or some type of credit or
You mean
use.
163.380 on impact fees?
No, this is actually in the development of regional, it's in the DRI.
Oh, okay, I
It's in
thought you
the-
referred to statutes, okay.
No, it's in the.
So happens that
I'm-
it's 163.3801 is actually dealing with impact
This
fees.
is 380.06, and then I think it's 15 and 16. I've actually got the whole ordinance, but when you look at that, to me, it states fairly clearly, and I know it wasn't in the agreement between Lennar and the school system, but I don't think it was ever our intent to go against statute either, so it gets back to the precedent issue. Without setting precedent, was there?
It's a very specific restriction to a specific type of public educational facility.
And when I did actually go look at the DRI back in 2006, and there was an amendment somewhere between now and 2006, and I did not see any language in that DRI, because they can give away those rights specifically. I did not, somebody, you need to look, or somebody.
Well, the county did speak with district staff and said that they would approve the development of a charter school that was not strictly in accordance with that restriction in the DRI.
Right.
Because as I recall.
No, I'm talking about the impact fees with the dedication of the property. In the DRI, they could have specifically stated, we are dedicating the property, we do not expect or want to receive any impact fees. That disclaimer, or whatever, is not in there.
Oh, correct.
It's not addressed in the Stony Brook DRI that I found.
That's right.
It's not in.
And we've done deals in the past with Avatar, where they're true donations without impact fee credits. Celebration High, the Celebration School rather was impact. They go both ways. It's deal specific.
So that's.
And you're correct. I mean,
Those are my comments.
I gave advice to some of you who spoke with me, looking at it as the attorney for a corporation, looking at it from a purely contractual and monetary perspective. But if a majority of the board wanted to structure this a different way, we could do it legally without offending any statutes or the Constitution. I do think representatives of the proposed purchaser are here, and I think they ought to probably have a chance to come up with
Clarification, I misunderstood. Mr. Brown, I swapped some emails with you. I thought there was a statutory limitation that after the fact you could not then find any way to compensate, et cetera, a party on a land donation after the fact.
Yeah, what I was talking, yes, and that's.
Or is that a policy versus a statute?
No, let me be very clear.
Okay, please.
That was the law, that if you're not careful in how you did it, you would offend.
So
You
if after the fact.
have to work around it and probably, I don't want to do this from the dais and the kind of, I need direction from a majority of you, of course, but if the board went and wanted to give back impact fee credits, at this point, I would have to carefully go back to the impact fee ordinance and identify in findings in a resolution that you would adopt, recitals that would be your findings of fact, that the purpose of the impact fee ordinance is for use of impact fee revenues within a specified period of time, typically 5 years, for new construction, you know, in an area related to the land, caused by the effect of the new development proposed, and I'd have to kind of reverse engineer it that under those facts and findings, it would be the board's, you know, desire to be consistent with Florida statutes and the case law concerning impact fees. That wasn't the direction we were going in, but if the board wants me to do that, said it other way, my job is to try and do my best to make whatever 3 of you vote to do in a sunshine compliant meeting. I try to make it legal, and I can do that, I believe.
Now, a quick question for you. I've convoluted this whole.
Clarify for Jay, because he's probably, I just want to, that was the law we had to work around.
Right, well, that's why.
Because if you just did it, you'd be kind of.
No, we swapped some
running into it.
emails, and I thought that, and.
So I'm sorry.
And based on the email, because I couched it, a question similar to that, and I was under the impression that this was not a policy issue as much as a statutory issue, because the deal is, the land dedication was done.
Is done.
That you couldn't, you couldn't rewind. So now there is.
Now, I'm speaking specifically of the discussion of perhaps going back to Lennar and giving them some impact fee credits.
Right.
I believe
That's what I said. I've convoluted 2 issues here.
Yes, and that's
I don't know that.
I followed stuff.
And that is a separate issue. It is possible to sell the property to Ryan companies under the terms negotiated, and still consider as a separate issue the impact fee credit, if that's what a majority of you wanted to do.
Okay. Does that satisfy where you're at for the moment, at least?
Yeah, that's my concern in a nutshell.
Okay. Let me just kind of follow where we are. Mr. Wheeler, you did have your light on next. Do you have more that you want to add?
I do.
Okay.
Clarence, you're absolutely right. We've never acted as the middleman before on something like this. But we have given impact fee tax credits, which is typical. This, because Brock, you and I know each other, and you came to Lennar after this already happened, and they didn't do anything. You inherited this, so to speak, and we are where we are. So that's pretty much accurate, correct? Okay, so with that said, though, relative to the charter company, et cetera, or whomever, it didn't go through competitive selection. But the bottom line is, we had this discussion ad nauseum tonight, how we need student stations. If we do this tonight, they can open up in August. And we need student stations out there. I mean, we needed them yesterday. And
I get that.
No, I know you do. So I think, though, I'm glad that you brought it up, because I wasn't clear that we could consider some impact fee tax credits for this. So I think we need to approve this to get these student stations open, because if we don't approve it tonight, it sets the construction schedule back. That's number 1. But number 2, and I'd be willing to make a motion, there's a motion second on the table, to approve this one motion, and then would it be in the same motion or a second motion relative to the impact fees?
Well, I think under board member comments, you get a consensus to put it on the agenda for the next meeting. Because you really can't take an action on the impact fee issue for Lennar is not on the agenda today.
Okay, so I would ask Mr. Phelps if you could add to the next agenda, under my name, under new business, Lennar impact fee tax credits, so that we can have the discussion and get that ball rolling. I think that's fair and reasonable. That's following protocols, correct,
Yes,
Mr.
sir.
Brown?
Yes, sir.
Okay, just want to make sure I'm dotting my i's and crossing my t's. So, board, I still think, though, and Clarence, this is not to discount anything.
No.
We need these student stations. And we need to approve this, and we know going forward, we're going to further this discussion about how we receive land and what we do to compensate people, that we're not going to try, we're going to make every effort to not act as middleman as we did here, but meanwhile, we are where we are today, and we need these. If anybody's got another solution to bring student stations by August at this location, God bless them, but I don't think there is one. So that's why I'm fighting to keep these student stations.
Okay, and then just real quick, so you know as well, and I'll have some other comments. I did Okay. I did speak with Mr. Phelps and Mr. Brown before the meeting and asked pretty much for the same thing, that Mr. Brown would work through this and work through the language so that we can figure out what the right way to deal with this is and make sure that we are compliant with statute while also making sure that we honor what the spirit of this board, I think, really is. So, Mr. Booth.
Yeah, I just wanted to say, Mr. Brown, I understood your email kind of, we could set the policy to then give the impact-free
But
credit.
be mindful of the law. Be
Correct.
mindful of the law. So you want to structure things based upon the law. And just what you're probably going to be looking at, for the next board meeting is recitals that basically lead us to the conclusion, or the board to the conclusion, that to properly follow impact fee law, you're looking at what the funds should have been used for, the land should have been used for back in '06 when the land was donated. And given the facts, I think, you could come up with a cogent argument that we're not directly, gratuitously giving aid to a private corporation, which is the thing that we do not want to do. We're trying to be consistent with the impact fee law, and that's how we're going to structure it.
I understand that, but...
and we've given impact fee credits, as Mr. Wheeler says, that's fairly routine. That is actually routine in a lot of deals.
But whether it's an elderly gentleman or woman, giving something to the school, or a large corporation, I mean, we want to build relationships with these folks, and we don't want to be, doing something that doesn't fit and that isn't right. That's my feeling on it.
Okay.
You'll do it right and legally.
Yes, and will you help us with that?
Yes, he will.
You're the ones who will make us do that.
Okay, board, real quick.
I mean, Lennar's going to be here, I'm sorry, Tim, Lennar's going to be here developing homes in Osceola County, and we want to continue to have a very strong relationship with him. Sorry, Tim.
No, you're fine. Mr. Cease, you want to comment as well?
I want to just clarify, I asked Mr. Brown this question. The original transfer of property was done as a donation. Is that a correct statement, Mr. Brown?
Yes.
Okay. And then to give an impact fee now for no value, there is an issue there, and I just want to caution this board. And I'll work with Larry on what he's attempting to do.
There's a big issue there, and it's going to be, this whole thing is not the norm. For us to act as a middleman is not the norm. That's the contract tonight, and now you've added something else which is not the norm. Both can be legal, though. But I share Todd's concerns, and it's not easy.
So what wasn't the impact fee credit given back in 2006?
Wasn't part of it.
Well, because again, as I give advice to you, and on this issue, it's all, I'm representing a corporation looking to be a fairly sophisticated business corporation, and they did not, in those negotiations, which we were part of, they didn't ask. And sometimes they do it like Avatar has done it because they really want to be...
But they're asking now?
No, they're not asking now. To my knowledge, they're not asking now. But I just want to emphasize, I can recall Avatar coming forward and giving a true donation of land in Poinciana because they wanted, Tony Iorio wanted to be a true partner and really do that for the district. So it wasn't that anyone took advantage of Tony. He did that because he said, here's a donation of land. Whereas when Celebration donated land, we had to be careful that the appraised value would be what we would normally pay for a school so that we weren't giving impact fee credits valued on what they were going to sell the land for commercial inside Celebration, which would have been a lot of
Every
damage.
time we made the donation, though, we had the money to build a school. That's a big difference.
It's a big difference. There also, I'd like to say that...
Wait a second, but
Hold on one moment. Go ahead, Mr. Thacker.
The fact that it's a donation, to me, does not mean there's no value. There was value to 15 point something acres of land.
Right.
It's the fact that it was donated doesn't mean it's worth nothing.
If I could just interject real quickly, I don't recall Lennar making the statement to us in the negotiations that we're doing this knowingly as a donation because we want to be, doing it purposefully that way. Whereas with Avatar, I recall specifically, Tony came before the board, and it was a very generous gesture. I think these people may, and I don't recall if the county was pressuring them to do it without impact fee credits, but they just did. And if they don't offer, as the attorney for the board, I'm not gonna say, hey, do you want some credits, by the way?
But, hold on.
Yes, sir.
But they're asking for that now, and that's why this.
I'm not aware that they're
that's
asking for it now.
Yes.
Okay, I'm
I've
sorry.
had a
Okay.
conversation,
All right.
and the question is, if you're gonna take the property, turn around and sell it,
Uh-huh. Then they want their
it's
credits.
like, really? So,
But
if-
the, okay,
I've
but
had the same
let me get this
conversation
straight.
with them.
Okay, you have been contacted as well.
Yeah. And it was, and I thought it was a fair statement to make, because they didn't give it to us under the premise that we were gonna sell it. But we are, the reason we are selling it is because somebody can build a school on it faster and for less money than we can, and get it open and help us meet our needs, who's got a track record of high performance. So, it came down to, my job is to be a zealous advocate for the kids in this district. First and foremost, the kids in this district need student stations right now that we cannot afford. This is a way we can open up a school and get these kids in a school with people who have performed well for us August of this year. That's why,
Can I give just a real quick background on why we're here right now, talking about something that was just conveyed to the district within the last 5 or 6 months?
Well, before you do, let me just see if I can maybe help so that we don't drag, and maybe everyone wants to hear it. I do think that there's two separate items, because and understand this, for reason, I don't have a light, so many times I sit and I let everybody speak, and then I'm the last one that gets to talk, so, yeah, I got a flashlight on my thing. I think we're dealing with two different issues here, right? So the first one is we need student stations, and this board is working diligently, and as we expressed to the public this evening, to find creative solutions to get student stations on the ground in the most cost-effective and the most timely manner. That's what this piece right here is about. The other piece is this board, and I don't know if everyone, I think I'm seeing a lot of head nods and a lot of similar thoughts here. This board is saying we want to make sure that we are good partners in what we're doing in this community. We want to make sure that as we continue to move forward and development continues to happen, that we don't cut off our nose to spite our face and create an environment where developers say, well, the school district, they're not willing to work with us. We're not going to have a deal like we just had a couple of meetings ago where they come in and say, we're going to donate land and this is what we want to do, and there is a net present value of the dollars that we're receiving today that we're going to be able to utilize today. So to me, there's kind of two separate pieces here. I interject for this point. I'm seeing from the board a lot of willingness and desire to what Mr. Wheeler said. I know what I had talked to Mr. Brown and Mr. Phelps about it, Clarence, what you brought up, and I think, Ricky, what you were nodding on as well, and maybe you as well, so that I missed, is that we want to have a conversation regarding the impact fee component, and we want to have it at our upcoming meeting. Right. That part's aside, and Mr. Brown, I think, is getting clear direction from the board at this point that he's going to work through the legal components to make sure that we're compliant with statute, that we work how we can be a good partner in Osceola County and make sure that we stay compliant with everything we need to be compliant with. However,
I will withdraw my motion.
okay, and thank you. However, that has nothing directly to do with this item.
Got it.
At the same time, if I may, at the same time, we need to make sure that we're being purposeful about how the board and the district has approached this and saying, we need to be creative, we need to get solutions, we need to get stations, this is what we need to do, here's an opportunity. The Four Corners Board has also said we've got a lot of demand, there's pent-up opportunity that exists out in that area, this is a solution. So I guess my point is, I think, as a board, we're at a place where we're probably ready to make some decisions, and we've probably had the discussion that we need to. To that end, Mr. Thacker has said that he's willing to withdraw his motion. Is that accurate?
Yes, I will withdraw.
Okay. So that said, the motion to deny has been withdrawn. There is no motion on the floor at this time. I'd entertain a motion with regard to letter V.
I'll make a motion to approve letter V. I'll second it.
Okay, thank you. So we have a motion by Mr. Wheeler, a second by Mr. Soto on the approval of letter V. Discussion, Mr. Wheeler.
I just want to say to the board, not to belabor a point, I appreciate the conversation. I really do. It was well thought out, and I appreciate it.
I want to make a comment on after Wheeler. It appeared to me that there was something going on more than what was in the packet at this time, and I understand now that obviously it's fair game for anybody, any corporation that deals with us to contact school board members directly or whatever on an issue that is important to them. And so as far as that is concerned, I'm glad that you finally, went ahead and clarified that as to why you were taking the position that you were. I was very curious about it. That's why I said.
Wait a minute, let's back up. Before they even approached me, the first 2 times this came up in the first meeting I was at, I said I had an issue with taking property where I didn't think we needed a school. And then with the second time, so he did contact me. My issue was long before it was contacted. It was more on what I thought was the right thing.
Yeah, and I'm really glad that was hashed out and everything. It just clarified a lot of things for me. So I'll go with the second there.
Okay, so as we're standing now, motion and a second, Mr. Booth,
This is
and
good.
then I
I'd like
also, Brock, I know you.
I'd like to hear from Brock, that's all I wanted to say.
Okay, good. Brock, welcome this evening.
Thank you very much. Brock Nicholas, 8390 Champions Gate Boulevard with Lennar Homes. Hey, I appreciate the discussion and kind of the pursuit to just get it right. 2 things. One, just quickly about the economics, really high level. So we conveyed the school site. Understand you have a contract on it with a purchaser, about $1.5 million, let's say. That's cash to the district, so it solves the capacity and the cash need. Credits, in order to monetize those credits, we have to put another roughly $60 million in investments into Osceola County. So in order to see that last dollar of a credit, we got to spend out $60 million. 800 direct jobs, you've got a local tax benefit, I mean, there's a lot going on there. So it's not free, it costs us $60 million to achieve that last credit. Second point, there is, and I'm not, this all happened fairly quickly, so we haven't, kind of rallied our legal teams. I've been trying to do this reasonably. When a DRI conveys a property to a public entity, the district is exempt from sort of trip allocation, transportation costs. What I don't know, and that you may want to table this item until the next meeting as well, is if the Ryan companies or how the county is going to treat the trips for a now private company developing the site. Because the site will generate off-site traffic. Typically, the off-site traffic is just absorbed in the DRI because the public entity is exempt from paying traffic. But now that it's going to a private company, we might be missing something about the development-related approvals and the trip allocation. And I'm not sure, maybe Clyde knows if there's something I don't, but we'll have to speak with Development Review and Transportation at Osceola County to find out. If Osceola County says, no, it's a private company, and they're subject to the same transportation impacts as everybody else that develops in the county, then they would need to secure trips to build this facility. And the trips can only come from the DRI's approvals, which we own, and that have significant value. So there's just that one little final piece, which I think potentially we could work through as a group, but due to the nature of how quickly this came up and where we are right now, I didn't get all my entitlement people all over this because I was just trying to reach out and have conversations and ask, hey, what are we about to do here? So you have an economic deal, which I think is an important discussion. It's not, there's nothing free happening here. And then the other side of that is what happens with trips, which now you're in the private development business selling land, so that's relevant.
And I just asked Mr. Brown about that because it's still considered a public school, so that doesn't, even though a private entity owns it and it's developing, it's a public school still, so that doesn't count.
And they're a large national company that's very sophisticated in doing this, and it's really not our issue. That's not a contingency in the contract, and so they've already had conversations with staff of the county. I don't know that is an issue that should necessarily hold us up tonight, because what's been told to me by Ryan Companies acting as agent for Charter Schools USA, who's ultimately going to operate the thing, they need the contract to be done today, or if they're going to open a school with the student stations in time for the start of school in August. So.
Okay. Brock, is that good?
Yes, thanks.
Thank you. Clyde, I appreciate you letting me do my thing there. Do you have anything additionally to add, or do you feel like?
No, I'm fine with all of it. I just want to, let me give just a brief background. 06, when the development order and everything came through, at that time, the land should have been, by the development order, conveyed to the district. For whatever reason out there, things really went to a stall out there, okay? Everything went years without any back and forth with this district or anything. I can say that the way that West Side has boomed, had we had the property back then, when we had money, you'd have had a school there. So we can't say that there wasn't a need for a school out there or anything like that. The reason it's just came back, the county was issuing COs in that development against a development order. The property was supposed to have been conveyed before the first CO. So the county got involved in this. So there's been a whole lot of things going on. It's not just district staff taking the deed and we're going to turn around and sell it. There's been a whole lot of conversation, and gee, this goes way back. I mean, this back when we had money and things were good, and I don't know what happened with the development. We want to see it take off. I mean, it creates jobs and it puts people in here buying their stuff. So
These are huge, these are high dollar homes for high end.
Absolutely. So
We need all those $400,000 homes.
we are. I stand clear on the impact fee credit. I think that's going to be more of the finance and legal on that. But as far as a conveyance, I know Ryan Company has a good plan. They're going to partner or go through with Charter Schools USA, a successful company with us. And it's going to be blended with the Four Corners K-8 that we have out there. So I think it's going to be a real good mix for the area. And, you know, we're also going to be speaking, and I know Mr. Thacker and I have talked about this at length. We went to growth management last week, and we're going to look at some options for short-term rentals. I think that's something that we need to do with impact fees, and we're going to certainly need direction from you guys, especially the business and realtor end of it, of what we want to do. But Mr. Cease and I are going to work together on that. Growth management asked for an exemption, but that's a little bit, I think, over for the whole area. But we'll be talking to you guys next week about that.
That's in the meeting next week.
We'll be talking about it, absolutely. So do appreciate it.
Thank you.
Did I sell? What am I doing?
No, you're good.
We're good? Okay.
You don't have to do anything, it's up to us now. One other thing I think that's important to note is, and Brock, I hope you feel this way, I genuinely do, is I'm confident that from the beginning of this till now that our staff has been working in good faith to try to make the best decision for the school district. And from 06 to now, I honestly don't think that there's been any malicious intent or overstep of boundaries or anything that's been intentional. I think, you know, we've got a staff that's been working and legal has been working to try to make sure that they give this board some of the best guidance that they can based on their understanding of what they need to do. But as you well know, it ultimately comes back to this board to make the decisions. But I do want you to know, and I think probably, you know, to Clyde's point, because he's the one that has to, and Todd as well, but has had to deal with a lot of this. I don't have any doubt whatsoever that Clyde and his team and everyone else have been involved in trying to do the right thing by all this. And I think you're seeing a number of board members saying, we want to do the right thing by this as well. And we appreciate, I'll just say, I think I speak for the whole board, we appreciate the investment that your company is making in this community. We really do. And we know that you're going to be looking to make future investments, and there's going to be other opportunities. We're going to have conversations about how do we deal with our capacity needs. And as Clarence pointed out, the ad valorem tax revenue is going to be generated off of the product that you're developing and you guys are investing in, ends up benefiting this entire district and this entire county. And so none of that's lost on, I know me and I think any of my peers as well. Okay. I have one quick question. Mr. Brown, you had a comment you wanted to make.
I'm sure that next meeting, Mr. Cease will want to make some financial analysis on the issue, and there are some serious questions, but we can defer that until the next meeting. You know, I just wanted to tell you that the two issues should be separated, and the contract with Ryan is the only issue presently. And then
That's all that's in our motion. Right?
Yes, yes, sir. Yes, sir.
I'm just reviewing the memorandum that we received, and I had a quick question on it. It's on page 3. It has to do with the charter school, with which I'm referring to Four Corners, and them being able to have interlocal agreements. They must be executed with bordering counties before students outside Osceola County, and no contractual obligation. Do you have any concerns? We know that the intent of this, the Four Corners Board has said, there's, and Jay, you could probably quote the number, I don't know it exactly, 600 students on a waiting list to attend that school, and the school is like 800, fine. There's a great need out there, and we benefit from that. I just want to make sure that as we look at this, and Clyde, you may be able to help on this a little bit as well, that everyone's clear about what's really taking place, and that there isn't seeking an interlocal agreement to allow students to deal with out there and come from Polk, and I just want to make sure that that's clear, because I think that's been the intent.
I know we've talked with Dr. Esposito, but that will go through her office and the whole process with the amendments or whatever.
Okay.
What that is addressing is for out-of-district students to attend an Osceola school requires an interlocal agreement with the other school district. So they're confident, Ryan companies and CSUSA are confident that they'll be a feeder school for Four Corners, and that the necessary interlocals with the other school districts, Polk and Lake, will be achieved, and that's what I've heard from their attorneys as well.
Okay, and Dr. Esposito, may I ask you to come up just so I can ask you a quick question? Because this is your area of expertise and not mine, do you have any areas of concern in that regard with Four Corners Charter School and them being able to use get the interlocal agreements to allow the students to attend there, and what their actual plan is for the use of this site?
I don't foresee any problems, especially because Four Corners have a history of being a high-performing school. The really large number of students that they have in a waiting list, and this school will be considered a feeder pattern to that Four Corners, and the population in that particular area is booming so rapidly. I don't foresee any problems whatsoever with other districts.
Polk and Lake, really, I've spoken to both of the attorneys for Polk and Lake. Those boards, those districts really appreciate the ability. It turns out that Polk sends more students to Four Corners than Lake, even though Lake is one of the original partners with Osceola and Polk is not. That relationship is going to maintain for the foreseeable future, so I don't see any problem getting the interlocal, so it would be a feeder school for all of the students at Four Corners, not just the Osceola kids.
Right, and that's my point. I don't want to go through this whole exercise, and we know what the end result is, and we know what the Four Corners Board has requested, and we know what's happening out there, and then it all be for naught. There's a lot of emotion and opinion surrounding this, so I just want to make sure that we're good, because we know that's what's going on.
Yeah, absolutely, and that's what we have discussed in all the conversation that we have.
Okay, thank you. All right, Board, so we do have a motion by Mr. Wheeler, and if I'm correct, a second by Mr. Soto on the approval of letter V under facilities. Board, is there any discussion on this item? Okay, hearing and seeing none, all those in favor, please indicate by stating aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no?
Aye, no.
Okay, the motion does carry 4-1. Board, that brings us down to new business. Brock, thank you for being here this evening and for sharing with us as well. Brings us down to new business. Mr. Wheeler, you had Acclaim Charter Academy first item.
I've consulted with Mr. Brown, I've talked with Mr. Phelps. For those of you who don't know, Acclaim Charter Academy is a high school charter school on Pleasant Hill Road that opened up here 2 years ago. They got an F last year, and I called in the chairman of the board, and they made some changes, but the changes obviously didn't take effect quick enough. And they got a second F, and based on, you jump in any time, Mr. Brown and Mr. Phelps, based on statute, state requires us to revoke the charter. And we can't afford to have enough school, running 2 years in a row. It's unfortunate. We wanted them to be successful. We need the student stations, but, I can't speak for everybody else, but, I think that we need to proceed with the charter revocation.
How do we do that?
Yeah, Dr. Esposito, do you want to address, or Mr. Brown, who wants to?
I'll address the legal, but Dr. Esposito should come up because she will talk to you about the DOE waiver process. At the time the contract with the claim was entered, the DOE ability to waive the 2 Fs wasn't worded the way it is now. So that is of legal significance. The contract the school board entered with a claim, the charter contract, simply says 2 Fs in a row and you're terminated. So the recommendation we have, and I've spoken to the attorney for a claim, they are going to the Department of Education requesting a waiver. The statute says they can only give a waiver under very limited circumstances tied to their students' performance being as good as surrounding schools of this district, which I don't think we believe that can be proved. We don't think that could be, unless Sonia tells me otherwise. So we have to wait and see what DOE does. But what I would like tonight is for the board to give me authority to issue under the statute and the contract, a 90-day notice of termination for that reason. They have a right to request a hearing within the 90 days, in which case we have to give them a hearing before this board. I mean, you could ship it off to the Division of Administrative Hearings, but I would recommend the board, hear it. You have to give them a hearing within 60 days. And they have told me, the attorney told me, that if DOE does not give them a waiver, they would just serve out the rest of the school year and go away and facilitate an orderly transition. I think Dr. Esposito can comment on, whether there's any situation at the school now that we really could call reasonably a risk to the health, safety, and welfare of the kids that would justify an immediate termination. I think that would be legally very difficult.
Do we have to make a motion for you to issue?
No, a consensus is fine, just a consensus, because it's just a legal act on my part.
Okay. Dr. Receives, is there anything additional that you feel that we should hear on that? And then I do know that there's some people from Acclaim here as well. I'd provide a brief opportunity if you want to just comment or give any direction of what you guys are working on or what you're thinking contrary to what we've heard or in concert with that.
Yes, and we have been working closely with the school, and we have been talking through all this process. They have applied for a waiver, and what the waiver does is give the school, if it's approved, 1 year of opening and improving themselves. What DOE does is they look at surrounding schools and compare the learning gain in state assessments of all the surrounding schools and the performance of Acclaim Academy. I had some conversations this afternoon because they started in a temporary facility and then they moved to another facility. I believe that DOE will look at the surrounding schools of the second year and will determine. I have asked for the Department of Education that as soon as they gather that data, if they could share with us so our staff can look at it and talk with the school before we even go to that state board. But after that waiver decision comes up, then the clock starts ticking for that 90-day termination. When I talked to DOE, I asked for possible dates of the state board. They were not very conclusive. They said either the last state board meeting in February or the first one in March. So if you start counting days, it will take us up to the duration of the contract, will be June 30th.
I'd recommend serving the 90-day notice now and let them see if they can get a DOE waiver. And if they do get a DOE waiver, then the board will have to consider if it will accept that waiver or if it wishes to challenge the
So we have recourse on
that's something you can kick down the road, and that's not a decision for tonight.
I think we need some strong signal. We don't tolerate us and do the waiver right away. I agree with Jay.
Mr. Booth?
I was just wondering what we thought of the district of the school, of their administration, of the job that they're doing, and obviously it's an F, 2 in a row, but as moving forward and their improvement plan and whatnot.
What would a claim like?
And they are here, they would like to speak.
Yeah, I did offer that if you'd like to. And if nothing else, I mean, obviously you don't have to say anything if you don't want, but I think the board would benefit from just kind of hearing from you directly, kind of, where you're at, what you're thinking, what your intent is there anything different than what our staff or attorney has shared? And then I think to Mr. Wheeler's point, we appreciate you being here.
Yeah, and I just want to clarify, this is Ms. Agosto, she's a new principal at Acclaim.
Okay, thank you.
Good evening. I came on board to Acclaim in August, but not as an administrator, but as someone who was dealing with the ESOL population and the student at-risk population. And I became the principal as of January the 5th, so that means this is basically my 2.5 week as the principal of claims.
So you're the third principal they've had?
Yes. I do bring with me 26 years of experience, of the last 14 actually as a school administrator, the last 10 as a principal of a charter school in the city of New York with the same type of population that we're dealing with. I think that I am conscientious of what a claims history has been up until now. However, I have to be able to tell the board that irrelevant of what a decision is made by the DOE and the board, I do want to guarantee that our children will have a solid education going through the end of the school year, because it is our responsibility as educators to make sure that our students do receive the best education possible until our last day. We have placed, I have reached out to Ms. Esposito, Dr. Esposito, and make sure that we do take advantage of all the resources available to a claim. I have put in place a system or a program where we can really address that bottom quartile of students, because we do have a large population of children who are at risk, but also take into consideration that the majority of those children who are at risk at the bottom quartile are our ESOL and our ESC population. So with that in mind, we have to take into consideration that these are children that do not learn in the same ways as our current student population who are 3s and 4s. So with that in mind, we are developing a program that will address the needs of those students in small groups of 3 to 4 students during the mornings before that 8 o'clock bell in the afternoon until 3:30, 4 o'clock in the afternoon, and putting together a Saturday Academy program that will address those needs of the students. Another area that we need to be able to address, and it's a topic that you addressed before, and it's differentiated instruction. Not all the students learn the same, so with that in mind, we have to make sure that our staff is well-versed in how to address our student population in a differentiated school environment. I do have to say that the school's environment, learning environment, is a very positive one, not only for the children, but also for our teaching staff who are working very hard towards making sure that they are successful through the school year.
Okay. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Okay, board, what's needed at this point is some direction from the board with what you want to do. I know that Mr. Wheeler and Mr. Packer have both already expressed their desire to send a very strong message that although we are, and correct me if I put any words in your mouth that don't exist, but that we are a very charter-friendly school district. We have no problem with working with partners to provide student stations and quality education. We also need to make sure that when somebody comes in that it's high-quality education that's not going to not meet the direct needs of our students, which include all of the subset of students that you mentioned as well.
And if it doesn't, we will take decisive action.
Right.
And
So,
I think that's key, that we are charter friendly, therefore, we expect results and we will move quickly.
yeah, okay. Board, so the direction that our staff and our attorney then is looking from, okay, please. No problem.
All right. It wasn't that long ago that representatives from McLean came before this board and expressed their plans for correction on the first staff that they got. And obviously, it didn't work. It didn't, that was your chance. That was a failure. This is the thing. Just from hearing, the principal express is that this school is particularly serves minority and lower income students. I imagine there's a big percentage of free and reduced lunch, and yet those are the families and the children that are most vulnerable. And for us to go ahead and be able to continue our policy of encouraging charter growth, working with them to be successful. The other component is that we have to respect the contracts these contracts that we get that we form with the charters. They're meaningful and they have to be given meaning. And it wouldn't be fair for any other charter who thinks, okay, you know what, I better avoid the provisions in this contract so that I could stay operating, and for us to go ahead and say, you know what, this provision, which is, by the way, perhaps the most important one in the contract, to avoid 2 consecutive Fs, you know, is something that we're ready to go ahead and, you know, push aside. Unfortunately, I understand what Mr. Brown said as to whether or not there is a exigent circumstances for termination, but the contract allows us for immediate termination. And in my humble opinion, I would say that 2 Fs in a row is exigent circumstances, especially when we're talking about this particular population of students and families. I would not, under any good conscience, say that we should continue from this moment forward. And I would recommend that we terminate the contract immediately. What the procedures for waivers and all that notwithstanding, we'll deal with that when it comes, but I think that right now, we should enforce the contract, and we should terminate this charter. That's what I have to say on that.
Okay. This may warrant some additional conversation, though, as well, because remember, first of all, I think, Mr. Booth, you're on board with the idea that we're sending a swift and strong message.
Oh, yes, certainly.
Okay.
I just wanted to hear from the folks.
Yeah, I just want to make sure I didn't put words in your mouth. All the board members, so you know, obviously are not the least bit satisfied with the performance, and are sending a very clear message to you and to anybody that wants to operate in this school district that if you're going to be here, you have to perform, plain and simple. Here would be my concerns to your point, though, Mr. Soto. Terminating immediately creates a considerable amount of disruption to the students and the families that we're talking about, as well as we just had a whole lengthy board meeting talking, and we just had a workshop as well, talking about capacity and student stations and where we're going to put students and all these type of things. We would have to absorb those students into our structure, and I'm not really Mr. Phelps or Mr. Wells or whomever may need to speak to that. Beyond the capacity, my genuine concern would be that we end up creating more disruption for the family and for the students that may end up having a negative impact that we're not really looking to. It's an unintended consequence is my concern. Okay. Mr. Wheeler?
Kelvin, I appreciate the strong message you want to send, but I think that to Mr. Brown's point, it would be very problematic to get that immediate termination enforced right now, and it would create more problems than solutions. So I think sending the letter and, you know, letting them finish this school year, I think, while I'd love to be able to terminate it right now, I just don't think that's a realistic option that we've been, that is not the, in my opinion, that's not the path that will get us where we need to be, which is not to suggest I don't appreciate it, and if I thought we could do it that expeditiously, I would be all over it, but I don't want to go down I don't want to fight a losing battle. The path we're going to go down, unfortunately, you know, we are a government agency, we deal with other government agencies, we got to realize things do move at the speed of government, so to that end, I would suggest send a letter out with 90 days notice and go from there, which is, again, I do appreciate your zeal and your passion, and you make great points, but it's a question of practicality as much as anything else as well.
Mr. Soto?
Jay, Mr. Wheeler, and the board, and even a claim, I will tell, or anybody who's listening to this, it's not with zeal and passion. This is just logic, common sense, and policy, okay? That's really that's really how you should analyze these issues. It's not how I feel. The fact of the matter is that we have students there, and some of them who have been involved in an environment that is not leading to their educational growth. And if anything requires the extra efforts or bearing with the inconveniences or the added expense, is to alleviate that situation immediately, not wait for another 6 months that a child is left without learning, you know, without the opportunities that other students get from an education environment and you know, that is adequate. What 2F, that's what an F means, basically, that's what we use it. You know, it's one of those things that I do agree with your concerns. They're not well-founded, but if I have to weigh here, you know, the interest, I have to consider the interest of that child and his learning and her learning over some of the challenges that we may face, because we're doing my opinion is what we should be doing is enforcing a contract provision, the most serious one, 2 Fs in a row that leads to termination. It's clear and it's there. And that's now, you know, I know the board will move a different direction. I just wanted it on the record that is what, not my zeal or my passion, but that's where the logic really leads us to, okay?
Thank you, Mr. Soto. Let me ask a quick question. And Tom and Simon, how would you envision that? So to take Mr. Wheeler's point, they have the waiver request to DOE. Getting ahead of that may be a little foolhardy, and no offense in that, but maybe a little foolhardy. In addition to that, I think all of us, Mr. Soto made the point, I think very clear though, have a genuine concern for the students and what type of instruction they are and they will be receiving for the rest of the school year. The question then would be, how can we construct this so that the message is sent that this is the direction that the board is going, the notice of termination is being served, and that parents have an opportunity, if they have concerns that they want to withdraw their students and enroll them into our schools, they have that option. I want to kind of talk through that part so that maybe that will satisfy it and provide some satisfaction to Mr. Soto's concerns, and I think all of ours. So how will we work through that so that we meet the needs of these kids?
I want to couch it. We're on the same page. This is what, can we do this? Tell me why we can't do the following. Send each parent a letter at the school saying the school has received 2 Fs. The school board is sending a 90-day notice to them under state statute that we intend to revoke the charter, and contact the school district if you think that your student could be better served by us, or talk to the school to see if you want to remain there. And I don't know, is there a reason why we could not and should not do that, Mr. Brown, Mr. Phelps, and Ms. Esposito? I don't know that,
I think you can do it legally. I mean, they may claim that's some sort of an interference, but my knowledge of the case law
We're just telling the
involving
truth.
governmental entities in defamation defenses under much more, I think we'd be okay legally.
I think that, to your point, Tim and Calvin, I think that, inform the families. If they want to keep their son or daughter there, that's a family decision. If they decide they want to take them to their home zone school, that's a family decision. Mr. Phelps, don't jump out of your chair just yet.
Just wait for my turn. Just wait. First of all, I wanted to point out that a claim has definitely moved forward, since their first F. I know it's still an F, but they have shown some improvement. And Mr. Wheeler's point that some of their changes were late, and I think they've shown some significant improvement since those changes, but it still doesn't reflect in their current grade. One other point is that when we looked at their school grade, we noticed that there were a bunch of cells that were missing points. They were being graded on a middle school grading scale. And in all fairness to a claim, we wanted to ensure that we didn't miss something. So we did ask to have a grade recalculated. We did that, and we also confirmed it through DOE on a high school grading scale or multi-level scale. And they still came up short of points in order to earn a D. As far as notifying parents, we've had that discussion, and what I might propose is that we work with Sonia and a claim, and perhaps either we'll do the letter or we'll do a joint type of letter that would notify the parents and the students of the current status of a claim, and provide them with some options. And I think that's only fair to the parents. I will say that when the grades came out, obviously, I would have to say that the parents are aware of those grades. I don't believe we've received any calls and inquiries about changing schools or anything to that effect. And parents always have the option in a charter school to move to their home zone school or seek another option. So that would be what I would propose, is that we just, and if for some reason a claim is not willing to do that, then we can draft that letter and bring it on behalf of the school system.
Well, let me ask, a claim you're here, and I don't know who all is here and in what role. Dennis, I recognize some, but do you have any concerns with that? Do you feel like that's a good collaborative approach to continuing to try to?
I find it real difficult then to continue the operation of the school should a letter go out to our parents. For example, just today we've enrolled 3 kids in the school. I mean, parents are aware of our condition, but at the same time, they love the school. They love the process that we put into place. So for us to provide that kind of a situation, I would have to say, here's the keys today.
Okay, and that's why I asked, because if that's where it's going to be, then I think that helps this board understand what we're dealing with. And I understand your point. I totally do, but I think you understand ours as well.
Sure. One other point too, I mean, understand that the high school portion of it did not get counted at all. We were based upon the fact of a middle school. About 71% of our kids came to us as level ones, and the state average is about 45. So we have a lot of children in the school that basically fit a certain criteria based on the model that we have. When it comes to a high school model too, there are about 600 charter schools in the state of Florida. 50 of them are high schools. Only 8 of them are Title I schools, and we're one of those 8. So we're challenging ourselves to that. We have a staff that's dedicated. They want to do well. They want to actually embarrass you when it comes to the fact of us closing. We want to make it look like you made the mistake, not us. Given 2 years of operation, it's very difficult to start any type of a business. We would hit some roadblocks along the way, which again are excuses, but they are excuses. Our principal that was there is still with us, made some gains in the school, but only joined us in February and was unable to basically make significant changes within a very short period of time. So we've had some challenges as we go forward, but we haven't forgotten one thing. The student is very important to us. Our business is education. We're a nonprofit organization. We're not a profit organization. Every dollar we make goes back into the school. So it's that type of an operation.
Thank you. I appreciate you sharing that with us. Okay, Mr. Booth.
My point, or my question was, I guess, so, and I think he brought it up. Dennis, is that correct?
Yes.
So really, the way these contracts are written, the double F, though, if we allowing them to stay open to the end of the year, they could actually be a triple F. Is that correct? Before we close them down, or like he said, they could embarrass us and be a B or a C or something.
The statute, as Mr. Brown said, had changed, and the statute is clear. It says if the charter school is a double F, the school district shall, the sponsor shall close them. But then there is a provision. They have a right to apply for a waiver, and then depending on the result of the waiver. The other part of that is because they are a combination school, they do not get their grade until after December. Usually the elementaries and middle school get their grades in the summer, so if that provision applies, then you apply the termination. But then because it's a high school, and I have this conversation with the Florida Department of Education, the high schools don't get the grade until the middle of the semester. So now the decision has to be made by the school district, and then in a couple of months, these kids are going to be tested again, and we will not know the results of that. So I share that with them, but unfortunately, it is what it is. The only thing I can tell you is that district has still and continue providing support to that school.
Sure. Mr. Phelps?
Yes. I believe there's some language in the statute that states that if for some reason there's a health and safety issue, that we could definitely move forward with immediate termination, and I would definitely support if that were the case. With a claim, they've accepted our resources and our input, and they've been very receptive to all of the support that we provided them. It would be staff's recommendation to allow the waiver process to continue and allow them to, I guess, remain in operation until the end of the school year with our continued support. I agree that I think Mr. Wheeler, you really pointed it out, that would be very disruptive to our families to move them back to their home zone school. That would be my biggest point would be that it's going to be so disruptive. From a purely budget standpoint, you're looking at close to 400 students that would be returning to our school system, and that's a significant amount of staff dollars that we would have to, and find teachers, and we're already struggling to, find teachers for some of the vacancies that we have. have capacity issues. We've discussed that. We'll be discussing that again next week. So I think there are several very valid reasons to not terminate immediately, although I do recognize and understand the rationale behind that. It sends a strong message, but I also think that making that recommendation to terminate the contract, but also continue to provide the support and allow them to operate till the end of the school year, I think is a reasonable request. But I would still think that we need to notify the parents where we are in this process, and that the school is a double F, state the statute, and that the board has made the recommendation to terminate the charter, and what the options are. And if I understood correctly, I guess the claim is not wanting us to do that, but I think we have an obligation as a school district to notify the parents.
I concur. Mr. Soto?
I just wanted to clarify on the shall language. Thank you, Dr. Stevens. I want to remind that. And the other thing is that there is an issue of latches here. When a contract provision and if you do not enforce a contract provision, you're pretty much saying, we're not going to go ahead. We're almost waiving it by behavior. Not only that, and it also sets precedent in how we're going to deal with these contracts in the future. And I think that's something that, should be also considered. That's a little bit, like I said, there's a reason why these things are the way they are.
And that's a good point, Mr. Soto. Mr. Brown, I'm coming to you now anyway. Not the letter of notice of termination for 90 days suffice the term of the contract?
I think so, and that's what I wanted to clarify, is that, to be very clear, I'm recommending we send the 90-day notice now. The statute does say shall, the district shall on 2Fs. I don't think we would be waiving the contract rights. I think Mr. Soto's concern is that for students at risk attending a school that has received an F 2 years in a row, at least arguably, I could make a good faith argument that does adversely impact their health, safety, and or welfare. But I know that there's a likelihood that you'd be certainly litigating at that point, and the DOE may even step in, because we would be doing that before they even have a chance to consider the waiver issue. And there'd be a risk that a judge would say that the intent of that is physical health, safety, and welfare. And I think that's what Mr. Phelps was suggesting, that if there was any evidence, which there is not, that these kids were at physical risk, then a different action would be taken. But I think Mr. Soto's concern is that the most vulnerable kids are attending a school that's had an F 2 years in a row, and that per se implicates the health, safety, or welfare of those students. But I do concur that it's reasonable to give a 90-day notice, and if DOE grants a waiver, then the board can consider if it wishes to challenge its authority to do that or not. And that's a decision you would make at that time. Let's see what DOE does. And of course, if DOE does grant the waiver and the board says we just don't want to spend the money in the fight, and we'll see if they can turn it around and do better, then we would withdraw the notice of termination.
Okay, board, let's just make sure we have all the parts of this. Number one is we shall terminate the contract. The question at hand is, do we send the notice? And this kind of, I think, where we're headed, but I want to make sure we're on the same page. We send the notice of termination. We issue a letter to the parents letting them know of our intent. And then at the same time, we wait for the DOE final appeal, see what happens there. At that point, the board will reconsider, or at least consider, I shouldn't say reconsider, but consider what steps we want to take at that point in time. And then that would also, based on what I'm describing, Mr. Soto, what that would also include then is that the school remain in operation until the end of the year. If that's the flavor of the board, we need somewhat of a head nod so that Mr. Brown and Dr. Zito know. If it isn't, then now's your time to speak, because they're needing some clear direction from us.
I'm good with that.
Yeah. The letter to the parents, if you're going to try to keep the school open until June, I do have concern about that. But if you think that's appropriate,
I do. I think
if you feel we have an obligation to do that.
It's not a legal issue. I can tell you legally, I don't think we're not defaming them, nor are we interfering, because we're privileged with respect to this subject matter. So I don't think we'd have a legal risk should we notify the parents, and then it's up to Tom, Mr. Phelps, how important it is to do that.
And I believe there's a way to handle that letter without, basically saying leave a claim. I mean, I think there's a way to do that. And that's not what my intent of the letter would be. I think it would be that this is the facts, and if you have questions about options, feel free to contact, the Charter and Educational Choice Office.
And that's certainly legal to do.
Well, and here would be my point. This is why I asked the question to acclaim is I would love to see that be a collaborative and supportive process, because you're here, you want to continue to stay in the community, you want to continue to remain in operation, you want this board to consider things, you understand what the board has to deal with. What I'm really asking, and I don't know if I'm speaking for everybody or not on this, is I'm really asking to say this is where we need to go. We feel like we have an obligation to those 400 students to let them know these are the concerns that we have. I would love to see you be part of that conversation and part of that solution to say we're going to work with the district and say, look, in good faith, we're here, we want to be here, this is what we're going to do. I would also say, though, unless the board says something different, the letter's going out no matter what, but I think it would be better for everybody if the school and the district work collaboratively to get that message out.
To your
Mr.
point.
Chairman, may I address the point?
Yes, sir.
In the event that it's not done in a collaborative nature, I still think that we need to share the letter with the claim prior to it coming out.
Yeah, that's fine.
You can see what goes out.
And if you would, please just state your name and address.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, good evening. Sean Arnold, I am counsel for Claim Academy. I tried to let staff address as many of the different issues because I figured that the board would rather hear from them than from necessarily their attorney, since they're the ones who are operating the school. A few different points. One, I would strongly concur with Mr. Brown's point that the health, safety, and welfare of the children from a practical standpoint, but more importantly from a legal standpoint, are not in danger. I don't think that you're going to have that. To Mr. Soto's concern, I don't think that legally that's going to be something that's there. Secondly, in speaking with Mr. Moak, some more will be happy to work with staff on the address, the letter. If it either comes from Mr. Brown or Mr. Phelps, we'd be happy to work with you on that. We'd like to be part of that process. And again, would just reiterate the fact that all the conversations I've had with them in the background, their number one concern in speaking with me is how can we close out the year and take care of the children, and that's the direction for me, is to legally allow that to occur. But I can tell you that in our conversations, that's been 95% of it, is that that they feel an obligation to continue to do that, and that they're going to meet that obligation.
Great. Thank you, sir. And thank you. I think that's the right move, and it's appreciated. It's not lost on me.
I do want to make a comment.
Yes, sir.
On because it came up twice, once with Mr. Brown and another time right now with the attorney, is that, I guess what the rationale that I've been putting forth is not based on the statute. As a matter of fact, on my analysis, I actually believe that this does not really invoke the health and welfare. And I understand that the intent of that statute, it was written, was for the safety of the children and their health, their physical being. By the same token, that statute was not written for the benefit of a charter school to avoid the termination of its contract. And my rationale and the arguments that I've been presenting to the board and informing them, because they obviously want to move in a different direction, is that we have a contract provision which is clear on its face that upon 2Fs, the school district shall terminate. Now, the arguments that I made in terms of the detriment to the children, us deciding to, okay, we're going to let you finish the year, I think it was contrary to the spirit of what we do as a school district and the message that we're trying to do in the partnership that we have with our charter schools. Look, just logical, common sense. A D and an F, we wouldn't be here. 2 Ds, we would not be here. And yet nobody here would say, hey, those are goals that we should strive for. Okay, nobody would agree. But we would not have a contractual argument at all. What we have here is a clear contractual term, not on zeal or passion or anything other, that requires this school board to terminate the contract. And my argument is that when we're dealing with these specific issues, where you have and and I will go ahead and specify to this situation, which has to do with the population that's being served, that in my opinion, are very vulnerable. And, and to say, okay, you know what, we could wait till the end of the year. If I don't make that argument, I don't know who else is going to make it in this board. So I have to, because it's just logical. It's just a logical and reasoned extension of what the contract requires. And I'm just trying to go ahead and give it meaning, instead of just looking at it dry. Dry, we have to terminate. But this is why, there's real lives at stake. There's a real interest and a real detriment to the children at this point. That's why the contract has that, and that's why you have the strong words of child. I understand the board wants to move a different direction to play it safe and all that things. I just wanted to go ahead and have that on the record. That is my purpose here. I didn't think I was really going to persuade any of you, but that's really what the purpose was.
Yes, I kind of agree with it. It's interesting though that we get grades in December when the year's half over.
And that's all I would say is that I'm all with you, Kelvin, but it's January, it's the end of January. We're talking about February, March, April, May. I mean, what is the best situation for these children to be spread back out to their home schools? I don't know.
So let me just kind of run through this. I mean, there's a couple of, I think, good things here. Mr. Soto, I think this helps maybe you a little bit. Acclaim is currently working with the school district to deploy the various support and resources that have been provided to them. I think that is a sign of good faith that they're trying to make sure that they finish this year out in good form and fashion. The new administrator came and spoke with us as well. The previous administrator is still there and did not shy away from this conversation. Acclaim has said that they'll work collaboratively with the school district to make sure that we get a message out to the parents about what the concerns are. I think what we have is a situation where there's a mutual willingness, and again, I need you guys to correct me if I'm wrong, because I don't want to over-assume that you guys are willing or wanting to do something that you're not. And I think it's really important for all of us, and I know it's definitely important for Mr. Soto, that there's a willingness to continue to pour heavily into these students, invest in them throughout the remainder of the school year, work diligently with the school district and Dr. Esposito's office to make sure that any resources that are available, that are being utilized, that I'd love for you to prove us wrong. I really would. We all would. But at the same time, this board is giving, and Mr. Soto, correct me if I'm wrong, giving clear direction that we send the notice to the parents, we do it in collaboration with the claim, that we go forward with delivering the notice of termination, that we await the DOE waiver, and that the Acclaim School continue to work with the school district to make sure that you're deploying and utilizing all the support and resources that are available to you. Did I summarize where we're at? Are we good? Mr. Wheeler?
Yes.
Mr. Soto?
Yes, we are.
Mr. Thacker? Mr. Booth? Mr. Phelps? Okay. So there's a direction that we have. The last question I have is from our side of it, because we can sit and talk about the other side. On our side, I think it's equally important that we do everything that's within our power and within our ability to make sure that these students are getting whatever resources we can pour in above and beyond the norm. Let's make sure that we're doing as much as we possibly can as well. Exactly. And, well, whether we get them back or not is not my concern. The fact that they're kids and they're here and we love them and we care.
They're our kids.
Yep. So let's make sure that as much as we're asking for a claim to do, that we're also delivering the same thing on our side. And I know you will, but okay. So the direction's been given. We're good on that item. Okay. ACT testing.
Yes, and Kathy, I thank you for being here so long. This has been a marathon. I apologize. At the last board meeting, we had a presentation on college readiness. Dr. Akes shared some data that we've got roughly 1,000 students that have gotten 3s, 4s, and 5s that show they can do work at or above school, at or above grade level, but they're not taking the ACT, and we can't afford to spend the money for every student to take the ACT. So for lack of a better term, my go-to guy is Kathy Carr. Actually, Kathy, I meant to call you, but it turned out both of our kids are freshman basketball players. We were at Harmony High School at 8 o'clock on Saturday morning, opposing teams. And I talked to Kathy about it. I talked to her over the phone at one point. Then Dr. Akes and Kathy talked. So between Dr. Akes and Kathy, where are we to get more of these kids tested since we last spoke? So Come on.
We're willing to work with the board, however you would like. It's not something that I've budgeted for.
Kathy, if you would, please come up to the microphone.
And while Kathy's walking up, here's where it really comes down. Our goal from that meeting, this board's goal, was to get more kids in college. The foundation's board is to help us get more kids in college. So this, and through scholarships has been really the mission over time, but we've got a bunch of kids who just aren't even taking the entrance exam. So Kathy, Dr. Akes, I will let you go from here because you are much better versed at this line.
Well, over the years, our mission has always been to help our students go on to college, go on to vocational technical training, whatever their dream is for their career and their future. Traditionally, we've given regular scholarships to students. We have done some very productive things over the years where a little bit of money makes a big difference. We've given small scholarships to students who were taking certification tests, and we knew if they could pass the certification test that they could then step right into a career and make high wages. So anything that we can do that will allow a student to get more scholarships, get into a college of their choice, a little bit of money, the $40 possibly for the ACT test, if that could be a turning point for a student, we'd like to support you and help you in that way. This isn't something that I have budgeted for this fiscal year, but I can certainly go back with my board and talk to them about, making some adjustments and maybe piloting it in a small way this year. I don't see that the large number that you had talked to us about, Dr. Akes, correct me, we were talking the number of 1,000 students, I think.
Yeah, I was just...
that we're ready for that this year. But I would love to test pilot this with some of the students and see what we can accomplish.
So when Kathy and I talked about it, and Jay and I talked about it, we were trying to firm up the numbers, so I was just trying to roughly do it. I think there's about 1,500 students that are 3, 4s, and 5s that aren't tested currently based on the numbers that Yanellis and I pulled. So what we were talking about was a mechanism by which they could actually access this opportunity. We would call it an ACT scholarship opportunity. It would go through the foundation. We could probably promote it through our transition coaches and or through the counselors and career specialists. We would just have to see how much the foundation could set aside. We would get it started this year, get the mechanisms in place, and then try to access and try to reach out for more donors in that situation.
I know it's late, but I've got one quick question about this. We're talking 3, 4s, and 5s. So the question I've got, if you want to pilot it, and I know you don't have the answer right now, is if you take the 3s out, just the 4s and 5s of kids who aren't taking the ACT, I don't know what that number is or isn't. I'd be curious to see, does that 1,000 go down to 400, 200? Maybe that's the initial target. That's my point.
Well, I'd love to break it down, how many are 5s, how many are 4s.
Because, well, I want you to get the biggest bang for your buck also. So if it's 4s and 5s, those are kids who can do work above grade level. But I'm not trying to cut any kids out. I'm just trying to make this workable. So please bring back what you can, keep working, and I'm excited. Kathy, thank you so much. Again, I appreciate you being here so long. It won't be as long. But thank you so much. And, I saw an opportunity, I saw a need, and I'm just trying to find a way to solve the problem.
Thank you, Jay.
You're welcome, Rick.
Thank you, folks.
No, I think it's great, by the way.
Thank you. Kathy, thank your board on our behalf.
Yes. Thank you.
After they approve the funding.
What's on that board? Or you on that board?
Mr. Soto is on that board.
We'll carry the water, bud.
Yeah, you've got your marching orders. Mr. Wheeler, Growth Manager.
I'll be very brief because I know it's late. I will not be at the Tuesday workshop. I'll be out of the country on business. I leave tomorrow. I don't get back till late Tuesday. I sent out an email. I'm not averse to a sales tax or a bond referendum. Number one, I don't know if it'll pass. I think people will show up to vote against it. That's number one. Number two, I realize that a sales tax, you got 55% of it paid by tourists, but people who vote don't understand that necessarily, don't want to understand it. They just see how it affects them. And consider that, 70% of the student population of the families in this community get some form of public assistance. So, again, I'm not saying that I couldn't support it at all. I don't know that it would work, and I don't know, I want to fight a losing battle. But charter schools, for better or worse, do provide us an opportunity. They can build schools faster for less money, and if we hold them to, look, you got to have high standards, or you're not going to have a very amicable partner. I think that, absent another solution versus bond referendum, sales tax, or charter schools, I'm open to anything else. I don't know if there aren't a whole lot of options, though. So I wanted to just share that as you go into the growth management meeting. We've got significant needs. I understand that. But, unfortunately, the dollars we have don't come close to meeting our needs. And it's way short. We've got to be more creative than maybe we want to and do things other districts may not be willing to consider. But we're not other districts, we're us, and we're growing. So I just want to share my thoughts on that before you go into that workshop, because I will not be here.
Can we build a charter high school next to St. Clyde?
You donating the land, Ricky? Oh, it's impact, is that impact? Sorry. That's all I've got.
Thank you, Mr. Wheeler. Mr. Brown, I skipped over attorney's report. Did you have anything for us?
Well, I just want to state what I have to state under the statute right before we go into executive session.
Okay. Mr. Phelps, I skipped over superintendent's update. Anything for you? Oh, yeah. Thank you. 2 reminders. They're in front of me.
I need to remind you.
Yeah, remind me.
Remind him of the reminders.
Board, I have some reminders for you at this late hour. Mr. Glassman, you awake back there?
Yes, sir, I am.
All right. Board, we do.
About food, right, Mr. Glassman?
We have a board workshop, as you know, next Tuesday, the 27th at 4 p.m. We'll be discussing growth management, and then also a reminder that on Wednesday, January 28th, we have the State of Education, breakfast begins at 7:30. And it's a great opportunity for us to communicate what's happening in our district and where we're headed. So those are the 2 updates. Mr. Phelps, how did I do? Perfect. Thank you. Anything else then on that? Okay, board member comment, anything additional that we need? Any reports? Okay. Mr. Brown, I'll come to you then for the required statement regarding our executive session.
Yes, at this time, the board will recess the open meeting, go into executive session, discuss JV versus school board, circuit court case number 2012 CA 005030, and any other pending litigation to which the school board is presently a party. The people in attendance will be myself, Gary Glassman, an attorney for the school board, and my firm. The school board members who are here tonight, the acting superintendent, Mr. Phelps, and a court reporter who is wide awake and ready to go. We're going to go up to the second floor to the finance conference room. I anticipate this meeting will take no longer than 30 minutes, at which point the board will come back and adjourn. Now, if there is an action item to be taken on your regular agenda, it would be in order to take action. In other words, to approve an offer, that sort of thing, or acceptance of an offer.
Okay, and before you guys go, I apologize, Mr. Thacker did have one other thing.
Next week's workshop meeting, I don't know what the board thinks, but I think it would be, excuse me, a very good idea to invite Don Fisher from the county. I think they are meeting on the previous day on some of these same issues.
I actually met with Deputy Manager last week.
Whoever's designated.
Right, and I asked for either one of them to be present.
A couple, real quick, I know it's late, but I also heard, I don't know if there's any truth to this or not, but that we're looking at doing a clinic over here by the Council on Aging and using a couple floors. And I guess the thing that really burned me when I heard it is that the sheriff wants to do a clinic 1 floor above us. I think for the taxpayers of this county, that's a huge waste to have 2 clinics in the same building when they could be combined, just preaching the choir, but that was it.
Okay. All right, Mr. Phelps and Todd, you guys may want to look into that. And I know we've had that conversation with risk management and all those type of things, but yeah, that's...
It may not be true. I was told that today, and I don't know if it's true.
Let's at least look into that and reach out to the sheriff and see. Okay, we'll recess at this time then.
Mr. Phelps, yes, thank you, sir. I've got 2 of the resolutions for the real estate deal that was approved. Signed.
See which read it.